Alright, hello everyone. Welcome to the first day of Identity 5 Premier Tournament. This is me, Seven, commentating with Hal.
Hello,
So
everyone.
I I hope everyone's excited for today's matchups because this is the first matchup of the tournament.
Yes, we have our bottom six brackets playing today and tomorrow, starting with our first matchup, Freaky Core versus Casual Players.
Mm-hmm. So we could go on a bit of an insight about the team members because I know you've done your research a little bit.
Yes, I did. So, unfortunately, for those of us who are a little nosy, Casual Players hid all of their Hunter information, so we're going to have to see what they pull out as they
Mm-hmm.
play. My assumption is they do play the meta because they only have the one Hunter, but Freaky Core actually has two Hunters, one that plays the meta and one that doesn't, so this is going to be very interesting.
That is the truth, my bad. And okay. So right now we probably will expect a round one meta, most likely. And what about the survivors, you know? Let's go a bit on the survivor side. What can we possibly, add?
So, looking at both the teams, they both have a mix of various rescuers, kiters, assist characters. So, hopefully, both teams will be able to perform very well. You know, you don't want to get 4K'd round one. So,
Yeah,
both of these teams having such a wide variety of character choices, let's hope they can push for one out the gate.
Yep, definitely round one. You wanna try to get at least a one escape. Right now, with the current meta, tie is probably the most positive outcome you could get. We've seen some free escapes, very rare, but they do happen. So we have to stay tuned and see how these matches are gonna go. However, we also know that in community tourneys, we also have a bit of variety in terms of like hunters. Usually there are a lot of specialty hunters, they play what they're most comfortable with, which works
Absolutely.
sometimes because it's, unexpected.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It seems through looking through both teams that Team Freaky Core actually their second hunter is a little bit of a off meta specialist. So I'm excited to see
Mm-hmm.
if we get a round three specialist pick.
Yep, that would be very interesting indeed. I'm I'm just, very curious to see how these teams are gonna be playing. I do not know the teams very well, apart from, what you've told us until now. So I'm very excited to see how they're gonna pull off this, matchup.
Well, Seven, I will say both of these teams are relatively new. Team Freaky Core is newer in general, and although
Mhm.
members of Team Casual Players have played comp before, this is a team that was kind of put together recently with a group of
Mhm.
friends. So I think it's great that these like bottom six teams are willing to get up here on stream and play in front of
Mhm.
everybody, even with some like bigger names in this tournament that will be revealed later on.
Mhm.
So, you know, it takes a lot of courage to get up here in your first tournament experience for some
Yes.
players. So,
Yes, it's definitely hard to start getting into competitive at first. However, I would like to say that, you don't know how it's gonna go until you try. So if you guys ever want to try getting into competitive, you guys should go for it because it's fun. It can be, stressful, but also it it's exciting, It's very fun to play with, especially if you're with friends.
this actually will be my first tournament playing myself. So,
Oh, good luck to you as well then.
we will see my team later on.
But those matchups will be announced probably at the beginning of this next week. But for now, we shall focus on this week's matchup. This is gonna be the first one out of the 3 matchups we will have between today and tomorrow. We will have another matchup later on, around 2 hours later, I believe.
Yes, it should be happening during rank time.
Yeah, which is it's rough, but yeah.
7 is a little displeased with that, but
Uh,
we signed up for this.
um, I shall correct you. I didn't sign up for that. I believe that I was, inserted. Nobody else was free, I guess. So, I gotta take the fall I gotta do it for the team. But
what a team player 7 is, guys. What a team player.
Thank you. I believe I am so myself. But for now, we are waiting on the. I believe we're waiting for the coin flip to start and then to see the players get into the custom match. I believe that they're just waiting for everybody to get here in VC, to get there in VC. My bad.
Yes, it'll be only a few more minutes before they finally do that coin flip. So while we have a little time, I just want to thank everyone who came together and made this tournament possible. As you can see, we have a very cool theme going on. Look at our little commentator screen. It's awesome.
Yay!
That was our lovely graphics team and everyone else who helped out in this tournament. So thank you everyone very much. And thank you to Lalsey for putting this whole thing together.
Yes, definitely. And also I thank you for keeping me company during this, commentator role. It's definitely fun to commentate teams, especially because you get to know how the player base is evolving in this server. Because since I would say the last 2 years, we've seen an increase of competitive players. It's really nice to see how the NAU community is starting to get more competitive, because it's gonna make our server in the official server not official servers, official tournaments become more of a threat, right? Because more competition means there's more room for improvement. So right now we will be starting with the coin flip. So what kind of map can we see at round 1? What do you think could be the possibilities?
All right, ideally. Oh, they're fighting over the coin toss, everyone. Playfully, of course.
Yes.
Ideally, we're not going to see something like Moonlit round 1 that puts the survivors at a complete disadvantage, but we're not going to see something like Sacred Heart where it will entirely prevent the hunter from getting a good result, because in this meta, we want our hunter to be able to do well. You want to give the hunter the best foot forward. So maps we're seeing a lot are things like Ever Sleeping. We're seeing Leo's. So that's kind of what we're looking for, a map where our hunter does get a chance to perform well, but while it does not entirely rule out the potential of your survivors getting one out.
Yep, I agree. In round 1, your ideal scenario would be deciding more of a neutral map, such as the maps you've mentioned before, because obviously giving the advantage to one faction rather than the other puts you more at risk, in a risky position. It can pay off, but most of the times it's just not worth the risk. So we usually see teams going for these kind of maps. But for now, yes.
Sorry, 7. What I was gonna say is what I find interesting is one of our teams has an off-meta hunter. So usually we want the hunter in a situation where they can do well round 1, and so we tend to pick the maps that are more suited for the Goatman, the Hullabaloo. But if they decide to pull out the non-meta, to save meta for later, which is not a
Yep.
common occurrence, but we have seen it happen, especially in these community tournaments.
Yes.
That might entirely affect the map pick.
Yes, that is definitely true. It probably depends more on the order they want to go for in terms of like which hunter is gonna go first. I've not seen the lineup, which is my bad. However, it seems that FC will win the coin flips, so we will probably see how the map ban and pick is gonna go very soon. And I'm just very excited to be here right now.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's kind of very impressive that there's a cat sitting here talking to me right now. You must really love tournament.
Yes, yes, that is me. Like, look at you being all serious with your PNG YouTuber, and there's just me with a kitty. But we are very professional, guys.
Very.
Should totally be hard for official turners. I mean, what?
Absolutely, yes. Please, Koa, take us. We are exactly what you are looking for.
Exactly. Yep. And I mean, it's definitely fun. It is a possibility, You never know. Maybe tonight we'll get a mail from NetEase that personally asks us to become their official commentator. Maybe in my dreams they will, but until then we will be commentating this not official tourney. But remember that there's still a very interesting prize pool. I don't remember the amount.
It's 100 echoes split amongst the winning team.
Yep. Which is, it's very appealing, But for now, we are starting from, I believe, the lower 16 bracket.
Yes.
Yes. So it will grow. The ceiling, of the skill level will grow the more we go on. And okay.
All right.
Thank you very much for telling us. So CAS will decide to ban a map first, and we are waiting on their decision. And I would assume, okay, yes, they are going to ban Arms Factory. I did think they were gonna ban something along the lines of that, because it's still a pretty small map. But yeah. Also, reminder that maps that are banned and picked in round 1 and 2 will not in round 2. In round 1, my bad. Maps that are banned and picked in round 1 cannot be picked again until round 3. So this map won't be available for the next round.
Someone put my IDV username in the YouTube chat. Hello, Karma.
No, guys, don't leak, please.
I don't care. I'm playing later. My name will
No, it's okay. I'm joking. It's okay. I'm joking.
Oh gosh.
Okay, they're thinking about picking White Sand, the Asylum map. Yes, we totally will see that happen, guys. Don't worry about it.
Interestingly enough, this tournament allows Dark Woods, so we may get some untraditional map picks in this tournament.
Yeah. Definitely can happen. I mean, Dark Woods, I would say, is good for the survivors because it has a lot of spots to hide in. The only downside of it is that it's a really small map. Mm-hmm. I would say I honestly cannot tell if it's as big as Arms Factory, because it looks kind of smaller to me, but it's probably around the same, yeah, you get it. And they will pick Red Church, I believe. So, Red Church as round 1 map is interesting. It's not the most common map for round 1. However, it's definitely a more neutral, maybe a bit more, I would say, on the survivor side, but it doesn't really matter when it comes to the meta.
So this is a really untraditional pick for round 1 in this current meta because, as we were saying earlier, you really want to put your hunters at an advantage in this current meta. When you have someone like a Goatman or a Hullabaloo, you want to ensure you kill as many survivors as possible. You are aiming for that 4 elimination with your first round. Picking a map like Red Church makes it a little harder on the hunting faction to get the 4 elimination. However, also stated before, Team Freaky Core, their hunter doesn't have, one of their hunters rather, does not play the meta. So it could be a strategic pick to try to save the meta for later on, as we see sometimes in community tournaments, not necessarily the big professional tournaments, but
surprisingly has happened.
It has, it's just not as common, you know?
Yeah, it's a very risky move. Usually you would do that when, I mean, it has been done. I'm pretty sure, like, if we're talking about official, we've seen it from Sham, from GG. We've seen him pick Bonbon round 1. And I don't remember if it worked in their favor. My bad, guys. I don't even remember if I finished watching it. But talking about this tournament, we will see the CAS survivors versus the FC Hunter going first. So they will soon be invited in the game, and we will probably soon see the in-game screen when they're all here.
While we wait, what do you think the ideal pick would be for their hunter to go first? Do you think they should send out their meta or their non-meta on this map?
If Red Church is it's just, as we said it before, it's a map that tends to be a bit more survivor sided. You could still go something like even Opera. Opera isn't bad in this map, or Shadow as well. You could pick one of those two, but if you want to go for, if you're going to want to get as many kills as possible, you probably want to prioritize the meta pick. At least that's what I would do, unless you're like really confident. You could even go, for example, abnormal Opera is an option a lot of people do when they want to get more than a tie with Opera, because considering the recent bans, considering the recent nerfs, my bad, chat.
Yes.
She's been more of a guaranteed tie, a very strong tie hunter.
She depends on a double down a lot of the time, and if you are not getting that double down, you are tying at best.
Yes, it's hard to get free kills with her. It has happened, but it mostly depends on the rotation of the ciphers and, you know, in general, dealing with your items usage.
It looks like in a moment we're about to head to the pick ban screen as the teams are readying up. So just one more moment and we will soon be seeing what the teams decide to play.
Yes, definitely. Also, yes, the retro definitely depends on map control, which is why hunters, Hullabaloo, we know, is a character that's more of a chase reliant hunter rather than map control. He can obviously do that, but Goatman is kind of better in terms of map control. So it could also be a Goatman pick. But I think, from what you've said, Hunter doesn't have Goatman, or
From researching this team, it actually seems like their hunter prefers Hullabaloo, so this is going to be interesting. Also, I'm seeing in the chat people talking about Naiad Red Church is really good, and that is what we mean when we say sometimes, you'll pick these more untraditional round 1 maps to send out the non-meta.
it is very risky to pick a BQ in round 1, because usually round 1 is like as of right now, a lot of teams tend to not bring borrow time, and a lot of teams bring flywheel on their characters, and we know that flywheel counters BQ. So
it seems everyone is ready. So in a moment, we'll be heading to pick ban.
So yes, we are going to be getting into the screen of the bans and picks as of right now, and probably we'll see between a mercenary ban.
So Noir is banning out the mercenary and the barmaid, getting rid of rescue and a healer early on. Now, to compensate, casual players may have to pick their rescuer early to ensure their rescue isn't banned out.
I would say both the mercenary and barmaid bans are very unusual for round 1, and also Gravekeeper and Cheerleader picks are one. Gravekeeper is definitely very common round 1 as of right now. Cheerleader is much less common. What do we think about
the cheerleader? The cheerleader is an interesting pick, but the Gravekeeper is definitely being picked to compensate for the banned out mercenary. We're seeing Noir ban out the Puppeteer. Puppeteer is a very good and versatile character, especially in round 1. He performs well against the Goatman, and he can be used very well against the Hullabaloo as well. And we're seeing team casual players lock in the Fire Investigator. Fire Investigator is good because he can gain a lot of distance. It seems they may be expecting Noir to not have a Goatman, because a Fire Investigator against a Goatman is usually not the matchup you want.
Yeah, definitely not gonna be a Goatman, especially because of the barmaid ban. Barmaid is highly countered by Goatman. We will be seeing a coordinator ban. This makes me think it's gonna be a kind of an opera or shadow. However, it's
so we see casual players locked in the entomologist. The choice of the entomologist and the fire investigator, even the cheerleader, makes me think they are opting for distance here.
Yeah.
They are planning for that Hullabaloo. They want to gain distance.
I would say that they probably have a specific pick in mind. It could be the Hullabaloo, like it could be any specialty hunter, which would be very interesting.
We know this hunter in particular does play Hullabaloo, so I'm assuming they looked into the profile. So that is where I'm getting that from. These bans don't necessarily scream, oh, this is guaranteed going to be a Hullabaloo, but it seems with their choice of distance characters, they are either preparing for that or one of their non-meta specialties.
Yeah, I would say it's an okay-ish team comp. Fire Investigator is usually not a common round 1 pick, not as much at least. It's usually a pick in round 2. We know that Fire Investigator is really strong, but he's stronger against Shadow and Opera, which is why I said I thought it was going to be a Shadow or Opera. We don't know yet. For now, they are going to be locking in the personal build. And what will the Hunter pick? I'm very curious to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very curious myself.
Yeah, no. I'm genuinely curious because considering the bans, again, I would assume... Oh!
Are we seeing a Bloody Queen round 1?
This is very interesting. The team comp is countering her a lot. I would say the best chase target here is either the Ento or the cheerleader.
Now, a little background on this hunter. Noir is actually a current A-badge Bloody Queen. I think they were preparing to have to make that distance. You want to be able to transition away from that mirror.
Yeah. It's for the looking at the Persona build, they all have broken windows. We don't have any flywheels, but they do all have borrow time, except for the Gravekeeper who has tied and the borrow time, obviously.
Yes.
So they didn't really think it was gonna be a BQR1.
You know, it's pretty unusual to see all 4 survivors have borrowed time in round 1. I think they were definitely more so preparing for this non-meta pick, and we're now seeing how everyone has spawned in, and this BQ is now going to have to decide between chasing the entomologist or the cheerleader. With the entomologist's ability to transition, I don't believe that would necessarily be the best choice to chase this entomologist, so we might be seeing cheerleader taking first kite. What do you think?
It's honestly, considering the area, cheerleader is in a better area. She is a bit of a better chase, I would assume. But at the same time, she has a better area. She has God Kite, she has Graveyard, and Ento has the entire left side. So, also a reminder that this Ento shouldn't be the buffed version yet, because it hasn't reached comp mode, I believe. So, she will still take the same amount of damage as she used to before on the bees. So, the BQ might still go for the Ento to get rid of the bees early, but it's a matter of really who the hunter prefers to chase at this point.
Yes.
But we're now gonna be getting into the match. R1 first half.
So we're actually seeing the Bloody Queen go straight over towards Entomologist, who is immediately leaving the shack area.
Yeah. Gonna be rotating to mid broken. The BQ doesn't seem to catch sight of her quite yet, but she will probably see her soon. Now reminder that the Ento doesn't leave footsteps, so she's actually gonna go for the Fire Investigator first.
Fire Investigator has managed to set up a ball in middle to gain distance, but let's see if he can avoid getting hit by the BQ's main body, and he's able to successfully use another ball.
Yep. Now, it is unfortunate he has to use a second ball so early into the match. However, he will live on for longer, and BQ's blink is gonna be up in 5 seconds from now. So,
despite using both balls have also been left unbroken, so he does still have the ability to rotate and reuse these balls. He does take his first hit, and he gets blinked down before being able to use the ball.
Yep. Now, it's a good situation for the survivors that they know what the trait is. Obviously, they probably were expecting the blink. However, the Cypher progress is looking a little bit slower than expected because of the 29 Cypher in the middle. She will hit the cheerleader successfully with that mirror, which is not as positive for the survivors. But will get
allowing the free rescue. Now the problem with Bloody Queen is that she is susceptible to body blocks. Unfortunately, Gravekeeper was not able to pull off the body block, so we will see Fire Investigator going down again in the corner.
Also, just a reminder to everyone, BQ is one hit away from full presence. The full presence allows her also to get rid of the cooldown on the mirror. So might mirror early just to, give pressure. Oh, will interrupt the Gravekeeper. Yep. Considering the mirror is still up, it will mean that it will be on cooldown. However, Gravekeeper right now can't go for the rescue anymore, and it seems like they will probably sell.
They are stacking injuries.
Yep. Right now, what they need to do is heal. However, it's also true that the Cypher progress is being slower than they would like to. They have a Cypher, and they do have 4 Cyphers started, but the progress isn't as fast as they would want it to be. Um,
Mhm.
so right now it seems like it's more of a at least a free man elimination unless this cheerleader can rebound. Um, Another cipher will pop, so their progress is slowly setting in. But yeah.
Can BQ use the mirror to get the hit on this cheerleader? It seems like she's going to use her speed boost to gain distance from the BQ, living a little longer to be able to
Mhm.
buy time for these ciphers.
Yes. Blink is up once again, which definitely shows how slow the progress has been going in this match, really. But the
Oh, the
survivors,
terror shock!
while that is happening, the other two survivors are gonna be healing, and right now this is a much better situation where they can still try to go for a tie. That still depends on the rescue, just really how they play it out. However, the cipher in middle will probably be harassed by the BQ with her mirror.
This BQ has been ensuring that no one can decode in her presence unscathed, mirroring
Hmm.
every chance she gets after tearing to ensure those ciphers do not pop, pressuring down those ciphers. We see Gravekeeper coming in for another rescue, and he pulls it off.
Yep. Cheerleader has another pump on ready to use that will she will probably try to use when the BQ uses her mirror. Um and right now we see the Gravekeeper and the Ento both middle, I believe. And no, never mind. The oh
Ooh, down with the
so
mirror self.
yep, definitely. So right now they can't really go for the rescue because they are both injured. However, the Gravekeeper will soon pop the middle cipher unless he gets murdered before that's happening. And it seems like he will just leave the cipher just to not get
Mhm.
downed prematurely.
See, the issue here is everyone is injured. They are quite far away,
Mm-hmm.
and this cheerleader is not long for this world, soon to expire.
Yep. Now, the cipher progress may still leave room for a one escape. However, it's also true that BQ straight is gonna be up in 25 seconds.
And with a mirror already available,
Yep. She's gonna be mirroring towards the entomologist. It seems like she will soon find her because she has the tinnitus. And she probably also knows that they're both here, considering the tinnitus radius. So they should, right now, they should just split
yeah.
up. That is
I
the best
don't
option.
know why both of them are on top of each other right now. Um, they definitely do need to separate, but it seems like she's having difficulty locating them.
Yep, definitely gonna be trying to use the mirror just to locate the survivors. However, it will not reveal where the survivors are as they are not in the fear radius. But it seems like she will look around the map. It seems like Ento is running into her, and she did spot the Ento right now. However, it is also true that the Gravekeeper is closer to the 57% cipher,
Mhm.
so she should keep track of the cipher shaking.
Mirrors up once more, and we will see a mirror on entomologist who sandwiches herself in between the main body and the mirror image. We're gonna see the beast dispersed and teleport onto the final cipher.
Yep, and Gravekeeper only has half of a shovel left to kite with, so we will probably see it be used anytime soon, really. And the Ento will probably have to use her self heal, and at this point, it's only a matter of time before they get four killed, really.
We're seeing Gravekeeper pop a shovel, but unfortunately, there is not much of a shovel left, and
Mm-hmm.
BQ will have a mirror available once he is out of this shovel. Are we going to see the mirror? And there it is. Unfortunately, Gravekeeper does go down, and Entomologist has expended her self heal. This unfortunately looks like it's going to be a 4 elimination.
Yep. Now, here's the issues that the Gravekeeper kind of ran into the entomologist when she picked herself
Hmm.
up. It seems like the BQ won't spot her just yet. We know that the BQ has taken track of where the dungeon is, which is Backgate. But she is going to decide to locate the Ento and ensure
Hmm.
that she's not gonna get the. Oh, she has the tinnitus readers, but she doesn't know where the Ento is. Because I believe she's in basement, yeah.
Will this entomologist be able to hide out long enough for Gravekeeper to pick up? We see entomologist opening a chest and gets a football.
Obviously, the RNG luck never is on your side when you need it. Um, However,
No.
the Gravekeeper is not healing himself up because of the fact that, if he did, then the BQ would
Yes.
just go back and down him. So right now they're just waiting. However, the Ento has to take in mind that if she doesn't interact with a cipher for long enough, she will get crows. So she has to get on one as soon as possible.
We're seeing
And
Gravekeeper be very patient with his self heal,
mhm.
but
I mean,
there's not much that can be done anymore.
yeah, their only chance right now would be the Gravekeeper has been picked up before. So if he's
Hmm.
able to struggle as the you know, health bar is about to expire, then the Ento could stay on the dungeon and ensure the one escape. However, the BQ probably has this in mind and will look for the Ento and is gonna TP right where the Ento is.
Now, remember, everyone, this entomologist has already expended her self heal. So if Tracy is to go down now, all Noir would have to do is switch on to the Gravekeeper, and then it is game over for Team Casual players in their first matchup.
We're gonna be able
Um,
to see the Ento kite one of the mares. The Gravekeeper is starting to kind of position himself closer to the dungeon, it seems. Might pick himself up as soon as the Ento goes down. But yeah,
Once again, sandwiching herself in between the main body and the mirror, we are going to see entomologist go down again. Now,
mhm.
BQ has to locate where the fallen gravekeeper is.
I mean, here's the thing. She doesn't even need to locate the Gravekeeper. Actually, yes, she does because he has self heal. My bad, my
Yes.
bad. I
Yes.
forgot about that part. But um, right now she should assume that the Gravekeeper moved in closer where the dungeon location is. It seems like she's starting to look more into this side of the map. However, it's kind of hard to tell the distance the survivors can make when they're crawling because really they can go on for so long. Really,
Gravekeeper picks himself up and is going towards the entomologist to heal her.
right now it seems like the BQ has picked up on what the Gravekeeper's intentions are, and right now they will both be up knowing that they're both there now is easier for the BQ to deal with. Gravekeeper will go down and now it is the Gravekeeper is about to expire, so she TPs right where the dungeon location is.
Yes. Will will entomologist be able to use that football to make it out the dungeon though?
I don't know, that 10% is not gonna cover a lot of distance, I fear. It seems like the Ento
No.
is gonna get closer from the back gate side. This BQ has to be very careful. It seems like she knows where she's coming from and will probably oh able to dodge the mirror, but will now go down and it's gonna be a 4 kill round one by a BQ.
All
This
right.
This is definitely unexpected. I mean, it is true that this hunter plays BQ, but we really didn't expect to see it round one. But
No, we definitely didn't. I will say that was a very surprising choice, but it worked
mhm.
out in favor of Team Freaky Core, securing a 4 elimination.
Yeah. Now, if we look back into this match, what could
Mhm.
what could have possibly been done differently that could have given them, a better result into this match?
Well, I will say they seemed to not really understand where to die. They were dying anywhere on the map, and it was a little uncoordinated. Sometimes the important thing isn't necessarily how long you kite, but it's how you
Mm-hmm.
die. I'm not saying kite 2 seconds, don't get it twisted, but dying
Yeah.
correctly ensures your team a chance to recover from the down. Um, the
Yeah.
Bloody Queen, while still doing a great job, did miss a few mirrors, and I feel like team casual players did not really take advantage of that, nor the
Mm-hmm.
time where she spent unable to locate the survivors.
Mm-hmm. I think the main issue was within the first chase, the usage of the items wasn't optimized in the best way
Mm-hmm.
possible. Because as you mentioned during the match, the airbags were still there for the fire investigator to use. He did pick them up after, but he didn't really get a chance to use them. So, ideally, also the fact that he's been forced to use a second airbag so early was probably a bit of a miscommunication from the survivor side, not knowing that she was switching to the fire investigator in middle, because she couldn't spot the enter at the beginning of the match, which was it was good, but if they should have been more careful probably in terms of like looking where the BQ is going to go. But really, it was just an unexpected pick, and they kind of like, they probably just panicked a little bit. But even then, for a little bit, the survivors were in a bit of a positive, like compared to the beginning of the match, they did kind of recover, and then it kind of went downhill once again because
Mm-hmm.
they kind of died too close to the ciphers for
Mm-hmm.
comfort, meaning that she could just, mirror and get those free hits, kind of.
Yes, absolutely. And as both of us pointed out before, there was a moment where the final 2 survivors were kind of kiting on top of each other. You really don't want to do that. You want to make sure to keep distance between you and your teammate to ensure you do not get double downed.
Yep. I will say though, even then, the survivors still did pretty good. For a brand
Absolutely.
new team, I would say that again, these mistakes happen. Communication is probably the hardest part to perfect
Mhm.
when you're getting into the competitive
No,
setting.
absolutely.
So I would say that they did a really good job for their
Yeah,
first time.
absolutely. Yeah, I would like to commend both teams for how well they played, and once again, getting up here and playing when you know people are watching you and you're maybe new to the comp scene, because
Hmm.
playing tournament isn't necessarily the same thing as rank. You don't necessarily bring the same builds or play the same characters, so it's a new scary experience, and these teams are willing to get up here and play in front of everyone. So good job to both the teams. Both played very well, and I'm excited to see how you guys grow as players if you continue to keep up with it. And now we are
Yeah.
going to start heading into the second half of round 1. We are on the band pick phase. And just a reminder, Team Freaky Core now has a 5-point lead.
Yeah. So right now, what the hunter is what the survivor team is looking for is just one escape, which can be done easily by putting everyone on Sui. Usually, that ensures that somebody can at least make it out. We will see a priestess and steer standard bans though, just to begin with.
These are the kind of bands we usually would see in rank. These are both very strong characters, but we see the Survivor team picking up Lawyer and Embalmer. Embalmer is very good for guaranteeing the tie because you do not have to trade someone's health in order to get the rescue.
Yep. It is still a small map, even for an Embalmer, but we do know that, Embalmer is a really good character to play when you're needing a tie. I would say another good pick for a tie situation would be a Cordy. However, I do not know what the Hunter plays, so I wouldn't know if it's the right pick.
We're seeing an Enchantress ban, which, depending on what Hunter this is, could be very interesting, and we're seeing Freaky Core actually pick up that Coordinator as you suggested.
Yeah. Yep. These are definitely all tie characters, maybe except the Lawyer.
Yes.
Lawyer was meta until the latest Hunters got released, and we're gonna be
final
seeing a
ban
night
will be
ban.
Night. Now, Chad, if you don't know why Coordinator is so good in comp, it's because she has intrinsic kiting buffs, basically, built-in kiting buffs. She has her gun, so if it's endgame, you can't necessarily teleport onto her because she might get that gate open. And she does have potential for rescue, even though we see her more as a kiter in this meta. Our last pick will be the Perfumer.
This is an interesting team comp. I would say that I expected the Cordy more with, I guess, the Embalmer as well. However, it seems a bit weak, I would say. Maybe
Hold on,
not
Seven.
as much, but
They don't have a proper rescuer. In this current meta, we treat Coordinator more as a kiter. They do not have a proper rescuer.
yes, they're definitely lacking a bit of durability into this. We do know that the Cordy can also be used to rotate into her in the middle of a kite, so the Hunter would have to switch on her, ideally. But I don't think at this point that is going to be the case, because Cordy is the only rescue character here, unless we put Perfumer on tide as well. The idea here would probably be putting everyone on. I would assume here the strategy would have to be Lawyer and Embalmer on full kite, and both Cordy and Perfumer are on tide, broken windows, or flywheel.
Interestingly enough, when I was doing my little preliminary research into both teams, are we seeing a Gamekeeper round one? We are seeing Gamekeeper round one, guys!
Oh, we're going back-to-back specialty Hunters. This is gonna be interesting. Red Church,
a lot of walls to play around, which is my one concern for the Gamekeeper, who needs a 4 elimination to even tie this matchup.
Ideally, into Red Church, I would say that Graveyard is a bit of easier part to kite with. I mean, yes, there are a lot of walls, but also it's a lot of open space as well. And not open space, well, you get it. It's like straight passages where Gamekeeper can just hook you.
Yes.
That would probably be where you would assume that he would chase, but he could also go red carpet. It depends on how the survivors are going to be choosing to spawn.
We're moving into our spawn selection phase, and I'm gonna give the teams a moment to decide where they want to go.
Alright. It's actually not a bad idea to spawn like this, I would say, considering it's a Gamekeeper. The Coordinator, I would say, has to be really careful here, because she might get chased at this point, considering this. Or the Lawyer will probably get chased here, unless he's able to hide it out.
The one thing about the Lawyer is his map. If rotating correctly, he may be able to entirely evade this Gamekeeper.
Also, looking at the builds, they all have a borrow time, except for the Embalmer, who has full kite. And for Lawyer and Perfumer, they're going to be bringing Knee Jerk, and Coordinator will bring Flywheel. So no tide on the team. Unusual, I would say, for when you need a one escape.
Yes.
But
not bringing Tide Turner in tournament is quite unusual, especially in your round one where you want to try to push survivors out the gate. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. Good luck to both teams, and please remember, chat, to stay respectful.
Yes, definitely. Here it's really a matter of who you prefer chasing. You could go for the embalmer. You could. I would probably think that you wouldn't go for the embalmer here. I would go for either the courtier or the lawyer in this scenario. The lawyer, because he spawned in Shack and he only has a chance to go either top broken, which is not really great, or just try to go back into back gate. And it seems like he will be going towards the middle, actually. Embalmer is gonna pop Coffin immediately.
And it looks like he is after the embalmer.
Yep, gonna set
Placing
up
a trap.
I would say that this is in the FC? Yes,
And
FC's
a
plan.
very early hit on the embalmer. And with
Yep.
that window trapped off, preventing looping that area.
Now, the embalmer is kind of running a bit into the open, which will ensure the early down.
And our gamekeeper is now at first presence.
Yep. I believe they're gonna be going for the first rescue. Probably the perfumer.
And not even
Oh,
camping, already going after the perfumer, who is able to time the perfume.
I believe they should be moving in for the rescue because the embalmer still has a coffin. But if they go late or sell, it's not really ideal for them.
Absolutely. If they get this after half. Oh, we see coordinator going in and using a flywheel.
But it will be after half.
Unfortunately, this after half rescue may have put Freaky Core at a very big disadvantage. And the blink hits the coordinator, letting Embalmer live a little longer.
I mean, right now the coordinator is just trying to dive for the embalmer. However, I don't think it's the best strategy.
Nice flywheel.
Yeah, and is gonna charge and ensure the down. Now, this is already the first elimination. The last cipher hasn't been started yet. Now, because of the lawyer, we have a bit of a better cipher progress compared to before. But both the courtier and perfumer have to be really careful. But it seems like he will be going for the lawyer, it seems.
And I would like to point out, he has reached his full presence.
It's just not ideal for the survivors right now. The perfumer seems to be running into him, and now mind you that the perfumer has as a chip hit already, so she has to. Oh,
Getting a pallet stun off on the gamekeeper.
now the perfumer has to be really careful because she's already chipped, and will be forcing the perfume, which means that he now can hook. And oh,
Not only is her perfume now on cooldown, now the cooldown has ended, but she's on her last perfume, and she goes down.
the one of the ciphers popped, and we do have two ciphers left, which have both 38% progress. One of them being the one right next to the chair. The issue again is that they don't have a tide, so even if they rescue this, the perfumer won't have a chance to really get out of there. Now,
You see lawyer going in for the rescue?
yes, it is a bit of an early rescue, and we'll get a hit on the lawyer. This isn't exactly ideal for the survivors because they're all one hit, even with the hook. But we will
With
see.
everyone injured,
Oh,
missing the swing, but getting the down anyway. With injuries stacked up like this, it becomes very difficult to play out this endgame.
however, looking at the cipher progress, it's going so quickly because of this lawyer. The cipher is at 90, but he probably won't be able to finish it in time. I believe.
Fortunately,
Gonna be
the abnormal
switching
the
to normal.
cipher.
So now that's just
Not only has he abnormal. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Now this opens up so much time for the oh,
Ooh.
and this seems like it's gonna be another 4-kill game.
And this is why you must try very, very hard to never kite on the last cipher. Being chaired on the last cipher gave the gamekeeper the opportunity to not only abnormal it, but also switch onto the lawyer who was decoding it.
Is gonna miss the hook. However, the lawyer will go down as he does not have flywheel. Coordinator is about to get up, but considering that the lawyer died fairly early, she probably will not have a lot of rebound potential. Won't. Yeah, will go down.
We saw her attempt to push the cipher. I'm not sure I agree with that, considering he knew that was your last
They
cipher, and it was abnormal.
I don't know if maybe it was a bit of miscommunication again. Oh, misses the hook. Um, maybe it was a bit of miscommunication from the survivors not being able to see that he abnormal the cipher. I'm not really sure. But at this point, it's really just about time, and yeah, it seems like lawyer will go down, and this is gonna be another 4-kill game for.
Both survivors have expended their self heal. There is not much that can be done now.
Yep. So this will be again another 4-kill, and it will put both teams on a tie position, which means that we will see a round 3 for sure. I'm just surprised, I would say. You again, the ideal thing is you need to have tied right now in your team. I believe that it starts from the build, but then also the kite wasn't necessarily the best, and then it just went down from there because they rescued late the embalmer who still had coffin.
Yes.
They just were rotating too close to ciphers or comfort once again, and overall just having a bit of a lack in terms of lacking general map knowledge in terms of like knowing where the hunter is going, especially since they have a lawyer.
You know, your rescue is just as important as your kite. If you do a good kite, but you get stuffed rescuing, you're putting your team at a disadvantage. Both teams still played very well. That's not to say anyone did bad in this tournament.
Yes.
But these are the things that you need to kind of polish up and fine-tune as you grow into the competitive scene.
Yes. This obviously we point out these things just so you know if the teams will look onto the stream, they will be able to take notes and grow from these mistakes because they happen. A lot of teams, even professional teams, have mistakes happening left and right. So who's to say that they can't make mistakes? It's obvious that these teams, being new, will be prone to making more mistakes, but it's a part of the learning process. So
absolutely. Now, before we get into the next round, I just want to point out Team Freaky Core is actually substituting their hunter. This next round, we will not see Noir playing. We will be seeing Silver. And as far as I can tell, just from a little snooping, I'm sorry, chat, I'm a little nosy, I wanted to come up here with the facts. I don't think Silver actually plays the meta, so this should be very interesting if we have 2 non-meta rounds.
Yeah, that would definitely be very interesting. Right now, the idea is, until round 3, points don't really matter, but even from round 2, when you tie round 1, your perspective is try to get as many points as possible. So try to get as many escapes / kills. So right now, they are trying to they would go for a more violent strategy. Usually round 2 is where you see stronger picks being made. in terms of like, you know, pressuring the hunter.
So, you know, while we're waiting for the next map to be picked,
yes,
I just want to ask the chat a little bit. You know, is there anything you guys necessarily are a little confused about in terms of how tournament works? Anything you guys need clarification about? You know, we're here to answer your questions if you have any. If you don't, that's okay too. Just gonna give you all time.
Yep.
And just a reminder, because Red Church was played, Red Church is permabanned.
Yep. And pretty sure all arms as well. Yeah.
Yes.
They should go. I mean, they already used both red and arms. I would believe that Ever Sleeping or even Chinatown is their next best option, or Darkwoods if they want to go, you know, a bit, you know, out of the ordinary. So
I would personally say, just because how new and unexperienced these teams are, that going to a map like Darkwoods, where even more experienced tournament players might not necessarily have the fullest understanding of cipher layouts or rotations, may be a better idea, because, as you know, in professional tournaments, like official tournaments, currently there is no edition of Darkwoods, so I think most teams have been practicing on the ones allowed in tournaments such as like IVT, IVS, KOA, etc. So I believe staying away from a map like that right now would be a better bet for newer teams, especially because in general these newer teams won't have things like cipher layouts and rotations down.
Yeah, no, definitely. Sticking to the maps that we've seen for so long is definitely better for both teams. A reminder that FC's is going to be banning the maps now, and they will be banning Leo's. Actually, I forgot about that map. My bad, chat. My bad. And we will soon be seeing CAS pick the next map.
Chat, I just want to tell y'all, if Seven forgets something or makes a mistake, it's because Seven is a cat. We can't hold cats to human standards. Just be kind.
Yes, that's correct. And I although I'm a cat, here I do have the memory of a goldfish. So forgive me, guys.
Fun fact: goldfish can actually remember things for up to about 2 months. We're actually seeing team casual players pick Lakeside.
Oh. I mean, either they have a specific team comp or they want to play into their hunter. That's wow. Okay, that's definitely something I was not expecting. But
while we don't have much information, we don't have very much information on team casual players in Hunter. However, on a map like this, we might be seeing a Goatman pick if they have a Goatman to play, because remember, Goatman and Hullabaloo are both not global banned right now because neither team went meta in round 1. Or we might be seeing a specialty pick like a wax artist on this map because it is such an open map.
Yep, you're definitely right. Lakeside is just very... The issue with Lakeside is that a really open map, except for Big Boat and Shack. And I mean, I guess Small Boat. There's like a big
question.
Yeah.
So someone in the chat asked, how do you join? Unfortunately, the sign-up period for this specific tournament has already ended. However, if you go to the host's Discord server for this tournament, if this tournament is successful and goes well, he will be hosting more tournaments, giving you a chance to play next time. Yes,
that is definitely true. I will say already this tournament is having a big success with the amount of teams that have signed up. I mean, guys, it's a whopping 32?
35 teams.
35! Dang. Yeah.
And we have
that's-
60 people watching us right now. That doesn't seem like a lot, but pretend there's 60 people sitting outside your house right now watching you through the window. I bet you feel uneasy.
You say that as I have a window right next to me. That is definitely not the best way to put it, but we will be seeing FC Hunters versus TAS Survivors. I will not be saying their full names because they're they're interesting. So we will soon be switching over to the oh my god. We will soon be switching over to the games screen. Getting into the picks and bans. We will also see that BQ will be banned, global ban, along Gravekeeper, Cheerleader, and Fire Investigator. So those will not be available to be picked anymore.
And chat, if you don't understand how the global ban system works, basically the hunter, which is picked, and the first 3 survivors that are picked are global banned. So only the last survivor picked is able to be reused in the upcoming rounds.
Yep. Alright. I'm not sure with the new rule book if in round 3 they're available again. No, they're not, right? No, they're not. They're not. Yes, they're still global ban. And also in round 3, I believe they added the map ban. Because before it used to be only map pick, but they added the map ban again. And no, not again. They now added the round 3 map ban, which is definitely new. And yeah, a lot of changes were made just with this new rulebook, especially the Hunter global ban.
Yes. It was actually kind of interesting reading these rules, being like, huh, that's an adjustment. But you know what? We adapt. We adapt.
Yes, that's definitely true. I mean, yes, the hunter has got one global ban, which is definitely more impactful than the survivors global bans, because there are a lot more survivors than there are hunters. However, it is still true that the meta right now is really strong, and we will be now getting into the picks and bans.
All right, our first ban we're seeing looks like it's going to be a priestess, and we're waiting on the second one still. On a map like Lakeside, I don't necessarily agree with banning out a priestess because she tends to do better on maps like Chinatown and on Eversleeping. Not a map that's entirely open like this. While she can be used still to set up her global portals and make distance, in a chase on an open map, she's not going to have her full potential, although it's still technically possible to use her for global support.
Like I said, not her best map, but because it's a big map, it still is favorable to Priestess. We will be also seeing a prisoner ban.
My assumption here is the hunter, Silvera, wants to block out any potential of decoding across the map, and we're going to actually see Team Casual players ban out the violinist. Now, as I mentioned before, Silvera does not play the meta and is actually currently an A-badge violinist. They're blocking out the specialty to make sure that the hunter is at disadvantage, but as far as I can tell from my snooping, once again, this is the common theme. I snoop a lot. It looks like Silvera plays Wax Artist, and this is a good map to pick the Wax Artist on because the open space.
Yeah, and the barmaid, I would prioritize a psych over a barmaid, but it can still work, I guess. It's just that the psych is just so much better at blue. Just the blue healing is just so strong, and it will also be picking a puppeteer, which against
the auction has been paused because one of the players got logged out. So for a moment, let's just discuss that pick. The puppeteer is a pretty universally strong character, especially paired with a healer, since his unique healing. We're starting the deduction back up, but on an open map like Lakeside, it's a little difficult to play the puppet because he really needs to be around pallets. Your mindset should be puppet, pallet, puppet, pallet.
Yeah, and the issue is that puppeteer gets countered by Wax, kind of.
Yes, so, and we've placed him on global ban.
Yeah, And now Anti will also be banned. Now, even if it's a, I mean, Wax is like, you know, obviously each stun gives him 25 wax. However, it is true that the Anti has the additional disarm, meaning that she's a bit stronger compared to the other stunners to Wax. And we might be seeing a little girl pick, which is definitely
very interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we've
unusual.
seen it. We've seen it. However, it's very unusual.
I mean, we're saying that a lot of stuff is unusual, but at this point, we should just expect anything and everything.
A batter ban. You know, chat, we're saying a lot is unusual. This isn't to harp on the teams. We understand that the newer... Never mind. It's actually an Enchantress ban. But these newer teams are still getting their footing for comp, so they may not necessarily understand what the current meta is, and they're figuring it out in their own way. They're still doing very well with the amount of time for allotted preparation they've been given, and I think they might be locking in that Acrobat. There we go. Now, Acrobat, if this is a Wax artist, can be quite useful because, you know, the Red Bomb actually will be able to cancel that Wax.
My only worry for the Survivor team is the fact they do not have an actual rescuer. So they might even go for no Tide, which I don't necessarily agree with, because obviously Tide gives you an additional 20 seconds, and those 20 seconds can do so much, can do such a big difference, especially competitive. But now we will be seeing them adjust their persona, and I'll be back in 10 seconds. Seriously, I have to open the door.
I got it.
I got it here for my cat. Yes, I do have a cat.
So you're a cat with a cat. Anyway, let's see if my theory about this Wax artist is true. Because remember, guys, I did a little stalking of the teams. I'm sorry. I just wanted to present the accurate information to you guys.
So, forgive me for my short, you know, break. I had to open the door for my cat because she kept meowing, and yeah. But now, persona builds adjust. We will soon be seeing a hunter pick. Wait.
Photographer. So the issue here is, okay. Sorry guys, I really was not expecting that. But I'm not sure that on a map of this size, photographer is the best choice because he lacks mobility.
I'm just speechless right now. I'm sorry. I was fully convinced it was gonna be a Wax artist.
Me too, especially because this guy plays Wax.
and Lakeside is a pretty good map for Wax, and I seriously did not expect the photographer, and also the team comp, apart from the puppeteer, maybe the rest of them can hold on pretty well against the Wax.
Yeah. Now, against the photographer,
I mean, sorry, against the Wax. My bad.
No, against the photographer, spawning in a straight line, I'm not sure I agree with it. You kind of want to give yourself distance so that he can't down you in the mirror world and then just carry you the entire duration of the camera while inflicting damage on everyone. Now, interestingly enough, the puppeteer is countered by the Joseph because one puppet is equal to the damage of the photographer, so he can't just... But our puppet is, interestingly enough, not bringing borrowed time and is on full kite, so there's a lot to digest here, guys. So this is a very interesting matchup. It's something none of us were expecting, but I'm sure they have a plan here.
So I'm reading through the chat, and they are saying that Silver can play Wax, actually, and
that's interesting. He has rank points on Wax. That's what I was looking at, the ones that have the most rank points.
Oh, well, that's interesting. But you know what? we will be seeing a Joseph gameplay for now, and expect the
The
unexpected
no,
as
the no BT Matthias. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that either because, um, basically Puppeteer has a built-in flywheel, kind of.
yeah, I just feel like they did it because they fully expected the Joseph, and he would be the most optimal chase at this point because he can't really use his skill. Well, he would, but he would just hurt himself, you know.
We're seeing the first photo be taken, and he's looking inside the boat. Um,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just looking through the map for survivors to down. He it seems like he won't find anyone just yet, but he might
but
very
it
soon.
looks like he has
Yep.
found the first target, which seems to be Barmaid.
I mean, right now the situation with the survivors are they're trying to double the Dakota Cipher middle to try and finish it early. He will spot out the puppeteer and gonna give him the half health so he
Hmm.
can't use his puppet form. And they might be getting spotted in middle if they aren't careful.
Now, something to note about a photographer is if your teammate is downed and you are kiting after the original photo has gone down, you want to kite away from the person on the ground to ensure that you don't get them found. And thankfully, um, this is being done because Barmaid is on the other side of the map.
Yep. Now Joseph will reach the last presence already, and we're like 2 minutes into the match. Not even. And also the puppeteer will fly
Pull
will,
off the flywheel.
but probably will go down right now. And the barmaid still hasn't picked herself up, not wanting to expend her self heal. But it seems like she just will do it. One cipher is about to pop, but I mean,
Hmm.
it's still okay cipher progress just because it's you know,
Photographer.
yeah. But they definitely want to get the cipher progress done as quickly as possible, as you know, the camera world is just so annoying that makes your progress go back to half of what it
You know, the
originally is.
interesting thing about this pick is it's a hunter with such little mobility on such a big map. And on top
Yeah.
of that, they didn't necessarily spawn in a way that's optimal for prioritizing ciphers against a character that interferes with decoding progress.
Yep. Now, this puppeteer is still kiting on. We do have to say that the acrobat got drop down hit, but fortunately, the puppeteer didn't get down because he used the puppet, and the puppeteer will be shared on camera world so that we can assure the down, and it's gonna TP to logs.
Unfortunately, he did not get the hit he was hoping for, and now they have to hope they can hide the puppeteer long enough for him to pick himself up. We're
Yep.
going to see him chasing that barmaid who is trying to get that drink off. If that drink cannot be pulled off, then she will be going down, but it looks like she's actually going to pull that drink off, putting her back to full health, extending this kiting duration and buying time for the puppeteer.
Yep. The puppeteer didn't use his health heal, got killed by the little girl, and obviously he can't get healed because it's a puppeteer. However, the Savior progress is looking much better now, especially because the Joseph isn't after the puppeteer anymore, but he's gonna get a drop down hit again.
Taking a quick peek at ciphers as he's taking the picture, we have two that are just over half and one that's just under for our final three ciphers.
I mean, it is just really hard right now. He's gonna be trying to. Oh, found the barmaid. mirror image. However, look at the ciphers right now. 2 ciphers
They
are
are
about to
moving.
pop. 1 cipher is gonna be at least, I believe, at 60 or 70% when the camera world is gonna collapse. He will find, however, the Matthias in Big Rock, but he's already pretty far, I believe, from where he was because he popped the cipher. Or is that the last cipher? Wait, I can't really tell. Oh, a little girl running into her. Yes, that is the last cipher, but
Yeah.
they have to be really
at-
careful.
Now it's at 85. However, this puppeteer actually does not have borrowed time, so they need to not only buy time for this cipher to be primed, but also for Matthias to be healed up.
Yeah, the idea here is that the little girl and the rest, which are going to be the barmaid and acrobat,
see
either try
barmaid
to
giving a drink to the puppeteer.
The idea here is just to start a new cipher, because you know, staying on the same cipher is just gonna give the Joseph free hits unless they are able to heal, like it's happening right now. The barmaid could have also kept her heal drink and use it to fully heal. Not to fully heal the puppeteer. Well, yes, to fully heal, because she could have also got the heal from the puppeteer, and you know, every time he heals, he also gets healed himself. However,
Yes, they've
we will
started
be
a new cipher.
yes, and right now it seems like the Joseph will be going after the LG's mirror image. But at the same time, it allows them time to decode the cipher at Big Rock that has more decode cipher progress. So
You know, that's something we see a lot with these photographer matches. Not that we necessarily see them in tournament, we typically don't, but in general, you know, if you've ever seen a Joseph in rank, unfortunately, you
yes,
probably have. They tend to be very
yes,
long and drawn out.
yes, we will see the cipher pop happen, and the little girl is going to be on the chair. However, she is close to her teammates now. Puppeteer can. Oh, he doesn't have detention.
No detention is an interesting choice here for sure. I'm surprised neither of us noticed that earlier.
Yeah, no,
we may be
I
blind,
didn't.
just like Joseph Mains. Yes.
Yeah, no, he has a
Nice
kind of,
puppets!
yep. Now we might even see a dungeon escape if this Joseph isn't careful. I'm not sure if they know where the dungeon is, but if the puppeteer does know, he could even ensure the force escape.
Using the card flip, but is not able to land a hit.
This puppeteer has to make a run for the dungeon even right now. He doesn't know that the dungeon is there, I assume. We'll get the drop down.
Using the last puppet! Barely missing the swing on the puppeteer. This puppeteer is doing a great job buying time. Amazing puppets, by the way, amazing discipline. You never want to get baited out as a puppeteer because your puppets are your lifeline. We do see the puppeteer go down, but he has bought so much time, allowing his teammates to escape.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, had he known the dungeon was there, he probably was gonna be able to get the force, but it seems like they weren't sure where the dungeon was. However, free escape is still a great result, you know? But I mean, this is just very interesting, you know? I mean, the pick and
this is kind of why I was very skeptical to see a photographer on Lakeside. Photographer doesn't really have the mobility to be able to pull off a match like that, especially with a team comp with a healer like that, because Photographer's thing that he does is he kind of not only messes with the ciphers, but he messes with your ability to heal. So having a healer on the team against him on such a big map when he lacks mobility, it's really not the ideal pick.
Mm-hmm. Now, CAS are gonna be playing, the CAS Hunter needs to play next, and all he needs to win this round is a tie. Ideally, I mean, you could go for a risky pick here. Usually, I mean, in a map like this, you would go for maybe an An or anything like that. Kind of, yeah. There are a lot of picks you can do here to get a tie. I don't know what the Hunter plays, because at this point, I'm just expecting everything.
It can be anything. Also unrelated, but I'm seeing Zeus IDV in the chat, so hi Zeus, how you doing?
Yeah. So, right now, CAS has the advantage, and they better take it to their advantage again. So they just need a tie. The Hunter just needs a tie, which means the survivors need to either free escape or floor escape and win the round. However, it would be more realistic to get a free escape, and even then, getting a free escape is not as easy as it sounds. So,
especially when you have these matches where anyone can play anything. You don't know what to prepare for.
Usually, it's easier for survivors to kind of set the pace, because if the Hunter goes first and this happens, it puts a lot of pressure on the survivors, who have to kind of play as close to perfection as possible.
And on a map like Lakeside, where typically you're going to favor the Hunter, it really does put a lot of stress on the survivor team.
Also, just a reminder to everyone in the chat, and just in general, reminder that rank and competitive have a completely different aspect, especially in terms of communication, and that's why Joseph is not played in tournaments, because all it takes to counter Joseph is communication. So long as you have a minimal amount of good communication, the Joseph will have a really hard time.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely. He's very strong without communication when you have uncoordinated players running around, not knowing what to do. But with comms, he is so weak.
Yes. The idea is that in rank, you don't, especially in higher tier, when in champion you can only duo. I don't know if everybody knows that, but from champion onwards, you can only duo, you cannot full team, and that's kind of to balance things out. And the thing is, Joseph can work in rank, because again, there's not as much communication, and even then, we see Joseph struggle even in rank, you know?
Yes.
So, especially because his chase is so weak, he kind of relies on the pressure on the photo world, but even then, so long as you have communication, it's just really easy to play against him. So, in competitive, it's definitely not the best pick. But it was unexpected, I would say. We saw something different from the usual.
I was definitely shocked, and I think that my reaction kind of gave that away, because I didn't know how to react. But it seems like we're now going to go into the second half of round 2, and we are in the pick ban phase, waiting on Nico to start banning out some survivors.
Priestess and Knight is no. Priestess,
you recall,
I can understand. What?
If you recall what we were saying earlier about the Priestess, this isn't necessarily her best map, but we're going to see now the
it's just the thing about the long portal is just that
Mhm.
you can just get down and still survive. So um so we're gonna be seeing a Serum Prisoner, which means that they're really trying to. I mean, if you're trying to push for a free escape, at least I can see the Prisoner. I mean, the Seer can work. It can work, but you ideally would go for even stronger survivors,
I don't necessarily agree with this perfumer ban, nor do I agree with this pick of the Prisoner and the composer. I'm very curious as to how this is going to happen. They are going to now need to pick a rescuer because this team without a rescuer may not necessarily perform the greatest, especially on this map that tends to favor hunters slightly.
Also, once again, shout out to the graphics team. Thank you everyone for commenting on the graphics because they're so good. Thank you guys.
We're gonna see the final ban is a toy merchant, leaving them to pick their final character. Again, I think they should go for a rescuer here, but they selected the novelist.
Yes.
Just a reminder to everyone in chat, even if we might necessarily disagree on the choices here, to stay respectful to everyone. These again are new teams, new comp players. These are our bottom 6 bracket teams. They are starting to get their footing in the comp scene, and we should respect them regardless.
Yes. I see the idea of the double decoder for the Cypher Rush, but that means you just have one additional weak character. So it's just really I mean, ideally you would go for a stronger team comp. I believe that their pool is somewhat limited. At this point, though, we can only comment on what we have right now. They're gonna be confirming the Persona webs and an Ever Reptilian pick. Now, again, I expect the unexpected. We're going to
started expecting it.
Yeah. We're gonna be seeing the 4th of meta pick of the matchup. We didn't see a single meta pick, which I guess gives it a bit of well, it kind of makes it entertaining to watch because it's different, it's unusual, but at the same time it puts the hunter in a more difficult spot because there's a reason why some hunters are meta and some aren't. However, that does not mean that they cannot win with these characters.
Absolutely. We're moving into the spawn selection phase. It seems
we will be doing a straight line. I'm very curious to know as to why the novelist is on Sui, considering he would definitely be the stronger, I guess, here.
I'm not understanding why they have the decoders spawning the way they are instead of placing one of them in the boat, giving them a better hiding opportunity.
I guess the idea was that they knew that he was gonna spawn where he did, which is true. Usually Evil Reptilian tends to spawn next to big boats because he can just jump on it, right? But I mean, still, that means that if he does decide to go for the composer or prisoner, they're in a much weaker area than big boat. I mean, they still have small boat, which is okay. It's a decent area. Just it's not the strongest on the map, which is what you would usually put the decoder in.
Also to the chat asking why it's Lakeside again, that's because this is now the second half, so both teams will play on the same map, switching factions. So first was Team Freaky Core hunting, and then we have switched to Team Casual players hunting, while Team Freaky Core is on the Survivor side.
Yes, that is very true. We will now be getting into the match. The builds. I forgot to say the builds were Sui on Novelist, Flywheel on the Prisoner, and Broken Windows. Or Knee Jerk on the Composer and Seer. Novelist being the only one without borrow time.
All right, heading straight into the game. Let's take a moment to see who this reptilian is going to face first. It seems like he hasn't actually spotted out anyone yet, so it could be anyone. But
Yep.
it seems like he's going to go after the composer.
Now, here's the thing. I see a lot of people in small boat. There's 3 people. One of them going to a blocked cipher, and the composer will take the chase, and the prisoner will be able to decode this way. I mean, it's okay, but at the same time, the composer doesn't have flywheel to deal with the reptilian jump, so it's gonna be hard. Gonna be taking a hit already.
Something I've noticed about this Survivor team is that they don't seem to have the best understanding of their cipher layouts or rotations. They seem to kind of end up on top of each other and end up at ciphers they shouldn't be at, which is an easy fix over time, but unfortunately now we see the composer get chaired rather early.
Now, the one cipher will pop very soon thanks to the prisoner's connection. He will harass the prisoner off the cipher and will get a hit thanks to the blink. So that's actually pretty good for the reptilian, and it seems like the seer was spectating the prisoner but won't give the owl. Here's the thing. Right now, they're rescuing late.
Yeah, this is now after half, and with a character like Reptilian who can stuff a rescue,
But
that was a good play from the novelist, but unfortunately now this composer is going to be eliminated with 4 ciphers left, and unfortunately not the cipher progress they were looking for, because they were all in the same area when they should not have been earlier, and they ran to the blocked off cipher. Chat, if you don't know, you can kind of tell which one is going to be blocked off based off where the hunter spawns. Again, these are easy fixes, these are new teams, this comes over time.
Yep. Now, prisoner is the only one decoding, which puts him in a hard spot because he's the only one at half health, right? He will take the chase next. He does have a shock and flywheel to work with. He should keep the flywheel ideally for the slam, but he has to be very careful with how he uses his pallets here. Missed a slam down and is not gonna opt to put the second pallet down. Yep. And kind of rebounding a little from the beginning. He does have the flywheel to work with, but he's running kind of in the open. He has to be very careful. Nice
we flywheel. See the flywheel?
Yep.
And another missed hit. We see him rotate into the hunter almost. This is why it's very important to look behind you to make sure you don't run into the hunter.
Now here's the thing. Even if this prisoner is rebounding, they're missing an entire cipher. Which, they could still do something if the novelist or seer get a no damage rescue, which could be possible thanks to the owl. Novelist should just wait for his flywheel to be ready at this point and just go for a free, just go for a no damage rescue. That would be the best.
Owl?
Yep. We will be seeing the seer take the hit and double down.
Double down! And unfortunately, these survivors are still behind an entire cipher. This double down is going to hurt them quite a bit.
Yes. Now, here's the thing. Right now, prisoner is gonna die. The seer is on the ground. Again, what they needed was at least a free escape. Considering this gives them a guaranteed first loss of the round. This is again. There's still round 3. However, oh, Seer will be getting up right next to the hunter and will go down really
Ooh.
quickly.
It's never a good idea to pick up in the hunter's face. Oh!
Walks
Novelist
into
is
the
able to win that palette mind game.
I mean, the Cypher Progress somehow caught up at some point, but that was because they didn't really rescue at the end the prisoner. The novelist will try to. Oh, misses the flywheel. And again, kiting a bit into the Seer once again, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, because he doesn't have self heal, and will go down. And this is a 4 elimination, meaning that CAS will have a 8-point lead, 8-1.
Man, what a game. I really think that what hurt them in this matchup was not only not understanding how to rotate, but also the lack of rescuer to buy that time for decoding.
There's here's the thing. There are certain characters you kind of need to have in your roster because they can just improve your gameplay so much. We've seen some meta picks here and there, but we've also seen a lot of not only the hunter picks, but even the survivor picked some unusual, picks. Like we've seen the entomologist, which is unusual. We've seen the perfumer, which is sometimes picked, but most of the times she's not. We've seen composer and novelist. I wouldn't say unusual, but very situational. And I mean, usually used maybe in round 2, but yeah.
All right. So now we have to wait on the teams to pick their final map because we have moved on to our 3rd round. This is going to be very difficult to recover from with an 8-point advantage. Team casual players is... Sorry, it's a 7-point advantage. Is it? No, yeah, no, 8.
It's 8-1, but yes, it is a 7 points advantage, actually.
Yes. Very difficult to recover.
Okay, this means let me calculate things real quick, because the win conditions can be set up by points, right? No, wait, no, because they tied the first round, so actually they have to. I'm pretty sure they have. Wait. I'm not sure if win conditions can be set up by points right now because they tied the first round or not. I believe they're not at this point. But this makes CAS position so much better because even if they tie this round, they will win by points. Which means that even if they get, like, for example, 4 killed, if the hunter also 4 kills, they win. If they free kill, it's basically like that. So right now, again, I'm not entirely sure because they got a tie first round. I believe they still have to go for both rounds, for both halves. But for now, we will be seeing what the host has to say about this because I'm honestly just not gonna say anything and, put misinformation out there for the viewers.
Yes. Now,
I was asking because right now, because they tied, they won't get to have points. Like a win condition, right? Yes. But don't they win because of? Yeah. Okay. I see it. All right. Thank you. I wasn't sure because they tied the first round, but it seems like we've sorted things out. Thank you, Lozy, for informing us about this.
Us and our math problems.
Yes. Not only the maps, it's the fact that whenever you get a tie, whether or not you get a tie, it changes completely how you how the win conditions work. So yeah, apologies if I was kind of confused about this. But for now, again, CAS has a really big advantage. So long as they keep that advantage, they are set for a possible win here.
Now, the question is, do you want to send your hunter out and put the stress on your survivors to try to catch up? Or are you going to send out your survivors, have them try their best, and then it's up to the hunter to clean up loose ends?
I believe CAS has the faction order pick. And if they do, ideally, in my opinion, I would send the survivors first. But it really depends on the hunters and survivors, skill level. I would say, considering how the matches went, I would send the survivors first, and then based off of that, send in the hunter last. But because as we saw, there seems to be a bit of there is not really the fact that they are not giving priority to what their win conditions are for each round. So the fact that they don't keep that in mind puts them at risk for losing that advantage. So right now at this point, I would just send in the survivors first and then the hunter. But
I can agree there. I can agree.
But it has to be decided. Right now we're just waiting for SC CAS to ban, right? Okay, thank you. I mean, right now FC and CAS are having a bit of a a chit chat, I would say. So we're just waiting on them to kind of decide what they want to do. But well, while we wait, what hunter would you like to see in this tournament in general? Is there a hunter that you really would like to see, or survivor, like unusual, unusual?
So not like the standard, like something really strange.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one. I think that after how everyone has been suffering lately in quick match and rank, that it would be kind of interesting to see if somebody pulled out, like a round 3 Ripper.
Oh,
I want to see it. And I know the Ripper's not a great choice, even so. I know, but
with the current, I mean, his buff has been implemented into the comp mode, right? Yes,
I believe so. I believe so.
That actually is that would be a really good pick. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, a Ripper, since his buff, I mean adjustment, but really it was a buff. He's been, I would believe he bumped up a few tiers in terms of like rank. We haven't seen him in competitive yet, so we can't really.
No, we haven't. And even though, I mean, he's gotten buffs in terms of, now he can chip you, he recovers these chips rather fast. However, he still does struggle with maintaining cipher pressure. So it would be very interesting to see how he performs in, a tournament setting where now you have 4 survivors who are all on call together. They've spent a lot of time working on their synergy, their communication, and they're constantly feeding information to each other. How well does Ripper can maintain pressure on these ciphers?
Yep, that is definitely true. We will be seeing, is that FC? I think, yes. Yes, FC is using their last sub. I'm not sure if it's a hunt. I think it's a survivor, and CAS will decide to ban Arms Factory. Wait, no?
We're
Or not?
unsure yet. They are still deciding. So while they decide, we're just gonna take a moment. So currently, the maps that are already banned are Lakeside and Leo's. So we will see if they decide to ban out that Arms Factory again.
Yeah. Let me recall. Right. I mean, it depends. At this point, it really depends on the hunter. I would assume they would prioritize the hunter's comfort maps rather than survivors. Considering what we've said. But
absolutely.
For now, they're just gonna be checking once again what the global bans look like, and yeah, they're gonna be picking. I hope the banned map very soon, and yeah.
We just gotta wait on them to make their decision, While we're here, guys. Okay, I see you guys are singing some KSI song in the chat. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys should make an IDV parody of it. Okay, sing the IDV version. Make that. Okay, that's your challenge.
I don't know if you saw that one song on TikTok that was about like the randoms. It was so funny to me.
I did see that. Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely laughed out loud when I saw it because it was executed so well. I was like, oh my god, that's so real though. But sometimes we all are the randoms.
Alright, so the map being banned will in fact be Arms Factory. Also speak for yourself. I'm perfect. I would never throw
Hey! Okay. I see how it is. I was being humble, I was truly being humble.
Just kidding. I'm gonna say this, and then when my team plays, I'm gonna get clipped. We're picking Moonlit River Park as our map, everyone! This is the map that is going to favor their hunters. Let's see if anyone whips out a hullabaloo on this map, because that
would definitely be a good idea.
That is scary.
I'm not even gonna lie.
That's scary.
If you pick the meta right now. Oh wait, their survivors seems to be going first. The CAS, I think. So yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely at this point, I don't even know what we're gonna see from the hunter. He needs to get as many kills as possible, and that's so hard. I mean, it's not that hard on a map like Moonlit. But it depends on the hunters you're playing. He could be playing. Never mind. He doesn't play Wax. We've been told. So I guess Wax isn't an option. There are still a lot of hunters you can play. It just depends on the hunter's pool, which is why, ideally you want to have. If you don't have a hunter with a big pool, you usually have 2 hunters on the team. Usually one for and one for the.
That's actually what we see going on with Team Freaky Core. They have a non-meta specialist and a meta player.
even then, we haven't seen the meta picks yet, which is it's really surprising.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Noir has a beat badge on Hullabaloo, but we did not see the Hullabaloo. Not gonna lie though, that Bloody Queen did come in clutch, secure the 4K where needed, but I was very shocked to not see Hullabaloo.
Yep. I mean, right now, we are just waiting for them to.
So,
CAS Hunter will actually go first and not the survivor.
Little correction there. Now, remember, guys, we actually have no information about their hunter and what they might pull out. So if we see a Hullabaloo or a Goat Man that wasn't there before, I mean, it's definitely possible. We have no information.
Yep. And right
what are you hoping to see?
On Moonlit?
Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna sound very sadistic.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
But I would really like to see a breaking wheel.
Breaking wheel.
Yes, breaking wheel.
All right.
It's not. Hear me out. Breaking wheel. It is a character I hate going against, but it's so fun to watch to me. The way he just zooms from one part of the map to the other, it's crazy.
All right, heading into the band pick phase, we are going to see Priestess and Novelist get banned out.
Yep, and now moving on to the Hunter band, we will be seeing an Upper Singer and Goatman band. We're going with the meta right now.
They're really banking, though, on this Hunter not having a Hullabaloo to pull out.
Yeah, definitely. Gardener and Painter will be the picks. This is FC Survivors, right? Around 3, you could afford to just. They could have used, for example, an anti. They could have used an acrobat, a patient. Maybe not a patient because they're. I mean, yeah, you could still go patient. You could go arrow because it hasn't been picked, but we will see a puppeteer band. There's just a lot of picks that are stronger for round 3, especially if you need,
Interestingly enough, now Team Freaky Core has an Acrobat available and a Fire Investigator, both characters which have lots of kiting potential at 4th stop, but they choose to utilize neither of them, going for Professor. So this is something I've seen a lot with this team where they do not pick a Rescuer. So I wasn't necessarily expecting the Rescuer, but I was kind of expecting someone who has 4th stop potential.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can put the Perfumer on 4 because, perfume drop down, but I mean, apart from the lack of rescue, right? Apart from that, because you've already mentioned it, here's the thing. All of them, yes, they have something that kind of gives them a bit of durability, but at the same time, they're lacking distance. All of them don't really give distance. Maybe the Painter with the painting, but if it's for example, I mean, an Anne you could still play against with this team comp. I wouldn't necessarily pick Anne here, considering the conditions.
Are we seeing a wax artist on a Moonlit?
Hey, you know what?
Wax match.
I'm not complaining. I want to see.
Been itching for that wax. Okay, I don't like going against wax, but I like to watch others go against wax.
Yeah, I like watching all these kind of sadistic characters coming into play, because these are those characters you never wish to get in your rank matches,
Absolutely.
and
Oh,
then
if
when
I
you
see
get them,
that.
you're like, oh my god, seriously? But we will be
Oh,
seeing next artist.
he counters my main. When I see him, I start crying.
Now, ideally, what the spawns would be here, I would maybe put Perfumer last. Gardener I would put first. Painter, oh, Painter, okay, or they can freestyle it.
Yeah. So it seems like they're placing their gardener on the bridge, which I don't agree with. I feel like they definitely should have put their professor there. And
No,
I
'cause
don't in if
Oh.
they were going with this like specific spawn formation, I think that the professor should have been the one on the bridge over the gardener, to be honest.
Yeah, no, the gardener is the most optimal target here. The painter isn't exactly the most optimal, not because of the stuns, but mainly because of his chair time being, you
Exactly.
can ignore the fact that he has no health to worry about. Even then,
interestingly enough,
them.
if we pay attention to their builds, we're seeing the professor with a full kite build and the gardener with tide turner.
And perfumer bringing flywheel and painter on knee jerk with borrow time.
To be honest, I'm not sure I agree with a full kite professor. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Ideally, here, I would have spawned in between first. You can still spawn last. I mean, I guess you can really. I would honestly just spawn near bridge just because of the fact that it's really out in the open. But that's the gardener is just bringing that tide is
I know. We actually have Zeus in the
very
chat
weak
saying
base.
tide only gardener on bridge. That is bad, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah, it's really a matter of rotation, as you mentioned. However, if we do see rotations like the ones we've seen before, it may be a bit of an issue. But will not be going for the painter and instead choose to go for the perfumer, which is unexpected. Perfumer has flywheel, by the way. She doesn't have broken windows. I mean, which is alright, I guess.
Yes. Now the key here is making sure, for this wax artist at least, that this perfumer is not able to use those perfumes to...
Now, mind you, perfumer has 92... Oh, it's gonna get hit right away, and it's gonna reach first presence, and as of right now, the wax seems to have warp, so he can get a really easy down, and she's kiting on the professor's effort. For some reason, the professor is here. Yeah, and he can just block the cipher at this point.
We see him blocking off the cipher and now going to chair this perfumer right on the cipher. Now with a character like Wax Artist who can so easily block off your access to ciphers, it's so important not to die on top of your teammates and their ciphers.
Here's the thing though. It's really not the perfumer that died on the cipher, or Professor Cipher, rather than the professor went to the code where the perfumer spawned. Which is... again, lack of communication, I would assume. Try to, will most likely get a double down. He's gonna fly, but it doesn't even matter, because the wax change was really late, and she is going to be stepping on the hot wax, and she does have the flywheel, so she might be able to just last a little bit longer if she can get it. Oh. seems to not know where the perfumer has gone.
Perfumer is able to entirely lose that wax, buying more time to Kite.
It's gonna
We're
use
gonna see a warp?
but
I'm not sure I agree with that warp.
it's gonna a bit of a 50-50. I would close that warp at this point, and we'll probably go down right about now. Flywheels, but
And Miss Swing.
Jukes. But is gonna go down. Now they do have free ciphers started, right? Here's the thing, though. We have a wax on full presence. This is very not ideal. The Gardener will go immediately. Will take the hit and will get
Terror Shock off the chair.
And that's just wow. And he can block the cipher that the professor is decoding, but choose not to do it. I would, because he has wax. He has he had the wax.
We'll see Schmitty in the chat. Hi, Schmitty.
So now, looking at it, right? There's a
God.
cipher on 27%. I would have put the Gardener closer to the cipher in two-story, because you can't really block it from here. Also, guys, please remember to to be respectful to the teams playing. Please.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll probably get the wax trick.
And another stuffed rescue from this wax artist.
Yep. This is a CAS Hunter. And remember, they have a 7 points lead because they have 7 points difference. Will block the cipher. I would be careful of the painter getting up, because if he does get up, he will also get the rescue. He probably will get up and get the rescue before he reaches. Yeah. And the cipher is at 51. It is blocked, but seems like he will just be going for a normal hit instead, choosing to maybe save the wax. And he does have warp ready, so he can just warp to the cipher immediately after the Gardener is cheered. And it seems like Professor will go down anytime soon. Uses both the flywheel and
Can we see hot wax down this professor? And unfortunately, Professor does go down to the hot wax. They're really trying to push that middle cipher, but it's that two-story cipher, but it's just not working out. This wax has managed to keep constant pressure on it.
Is gonna use the painting. However, it does give him additional wax, so probably will get down. Not really sure if he has flywheel. Oh, misses the swing, but is gonna get it. Now, probably will see him go back for the professor. So, we see that the professor will use his health heal and is gonna drop down. I'm pretty sure that the wax got the notification. And at this point, it's just a matter of time because Painter does not have self-heal.
It's literally just a waiting game. We're literally just seeing how fast this wax artist can wrap up his loose ends, and there we go.
Yep. And that's a 4 elimination for a wax artist, which, I mean, it's wax artist. He's a menace, alright? If you aren't careful with the way you rotate, he's just gonna block off ciphers. And blocking off ciphers means less cipher progress. Less cipher progress means there's just less chances of actually getting into the end game.
I'm just gonna remind you guys one more time, please stay respectful in the chat. These are new teams, new players, they are new to comp. Please stop dogging on them. It's very scary to get up here and play in front of people. Just be respectful.
Yes, especially because, I mean, really, competitive isn't easy. It's, yeah. Okay, yeah, I figured. So, thanks to the point lead that CAS had, it seems like they will be the winning team. Congrats to both teams for giving their best. But really, as I was saying, guys, remember that competitive is not as easy as it may seem.
Absolutely.
It's not really just about in-game skills, it's about communication skills, it's about being able to adapt. So guys, remember that this could literally be you know, they could be the next NAU stars, but they
This
have
is
to improve.
this
That's
is a learning
everyone has.
opportunity.
Yes, yes, definitely.
This is, you know, you can't expect teams to get up here and when they're brand new to do perfect, play perfect, and then you just spend all day dogging on them, and then they're not going to want to keep playing. We have to give these people their time and space to improve. So please remain respectful, and if you think you could do better, come up here and show us.
Hey. Yes. So thank you everyone for joining. We will have to end because there is a matchup happening soon. But thank you everyone for watching. This was me, Seven, with Hal commentating, and I hope you guys had fun watching this. And thank you guys for watching.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back to day 1, match 2 of Premier's tournament preliminary matchup. I'm your commentator Reika, and joining me today is my very lovely and rotund friend, Tiv.
Hi, I'm Tiv. I will also be commentating for you this afternoon. Very excited to see the matchup between teams Eclipse and Terror Shot today. And, I'm also very excited to commentate for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It does seem like today we have Team Eclipse versus Team Terrashock. Yeah, I'm really excited, especially from how last match went. It was very, very close, and yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Last matchup was really exciting, honestly, and I did really enjoy seeing the non-meta picks. Since, yeah, I guess that's just something I like about the lower bracket, since, like, you see more non-meta and unconventional picks, like Lizard, for example, or Bloody Queen round 1. So yeah, that was just really exciting to watch.
Should we start talking about the background information about the team's hunters, or should we wait a little bit?
Yeah, sure. You can get along.
Okay. While we wait for the picks and bans to roll in, let's talk a little bit about Eclipse's hunter. They've been known to bring out some really unique picks, not your usual first round meta stuff. We're talking high skill characters like Dream Witch or Clerk, and others that take serious mastery to really pull off in a tournament setting. I'm honestly super excited to see what they will lock in for first round, especially because in first round you see a lot of just Hullabaloo, Goatman, maybe Ivy now, but in these lower tier brackets we are seeing a lot of non-meta, out of the ordinary hunters first round, and it's really interesting to see how they're utilized.
Yeah, definitely. Team Eclipse's hunter does have like a really good and really big hunter roster. They've had like S-Badge pretty much for quite a while. They've had like over 40 S-Badges for them. So I am very excited to Yidra gameplay possibly, and it also seems like they do play Clerk and Opera. I do love Opera matches, and they also play some like semi-meta and other meta picks as well. So yeah, very excited to see how they do. Yeah, and there's also Team Terror Shock hunter. I don't know too much information about them, but I do know that their hunter plays like Fool's Gold, Night Watch. There's one more. I forgot who, but yeah, just like non-meta picks, which I'm very excited to see. I think it was Lucino, if I recall correctly, but yeah.
Yeah, Lucino.
So I am excited to see more like possibly even more non-meta picks.
Yeah, in this current meta, even to pull off a tie with those characters is really impressive. So, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
One second. And it seems like we will be waiting for the coin flip. Meanwhile, I'd just like to ask how chat is doing, I guess, in the downtime we have. How is everyone? Good question. Great. Okay.
So Tiv, what do you think should be the hunter's first pick? Meta or non-meta?
I guess like meta's always like the safest, but going non-meta first pick is also like pretty good. We've been seeing this in Koa recently as well. Like for example, yesterday, GG Hunter, or no, 2 days ago, GG Hunter Zom picked and round 1 so that they could be so that they could play on meta characters for round 2 and just like get more points for round 2. So picking non-meta round 1 is not like that bad of an idea, but there is like just high risk, high reward, I guess. But
Yeah.
I would like to see off meta round 1 if possible. But we're probably more likely going to be seeing on meta characters like Hullabaloo, Goatman, Ivy even. But yeah.
Someone asked in chat. Wait, I have a question for the commentators. Are you prehistoric, fossil, ancient, old gen, mid gen, or new gen? I think I'm old gen. I started in May of 2020. What about you, Tim?
I'm a mid gen. I like started around like 3 years ago, so
Oh my god, new gen?
for a fair share amount of time. Okay, and we will be getting into the coin toss, and it seems like Team Terrashock is getting the map pick, and Eclipse will be getting the map ban as well as their faction order pick. So we will see. Team Eclipse is just deciding to ban a map first, so we are gonna have to wait a little.
Who are you guys most excited for? Team Eclipse or Team Terrashock?
Well, I don't know how chat feels, but personally, I am very excited to see what Team Eclipse's Hunter pulls out, since their Hunter roster does seem really big, as mentioned previously. I'm especially excited to see that Dream Witch, because they have had like over 40 S badges for her, so...
Wow! That's a lot.
Yeah, that's mentioned previously, but... And it does seem like Team Eclipse bans... Oh. Never mind, not Hospital. And we're just deciding... well, Team Eclipse is still deciding on a map ban.
Team Eclipse will be banning the Darkwoods.
Honestly forgot that map existed in this tournament. Honestly really hate Wellesley for adding it.
Hachi.
Literally, like, I fucking... Sorry, I hate Darkwoods. Awful map. And it does seem like Team Terrashock picks Leo's Memory. Leo's Memory is, I guess, a pretty strong map for survivors, and it's also a pretty good map for meta, like hunters as well. And it does seem like Team Eclipse's starting faction will be Hunter, so we will be seeing Team Eclipse's Hunter. Very excited to see what they will be pulling out. But yeah, just some more info on the map pick, I guess. Personally, I'd say that Leo's Memory is definitely more of a survivor-sided map. You have like a ton of strong hiding areas, and there's kind of just like pallets and windows everywhere, especially like areas like Christmas Tree God Kite. There's Factory. There's also Shack. Just really strong hiding areas for survivors to utilize here. So I guess it's not
very sorry.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, I guess it's not the most ideal map for hunters, but it definitely still works for Goatman Hullabaloo, I'd say. And Opera Singer also, she has a lot of places to dash around, as well as Ivy, I guess. So yeah, it's a pretty universal
map.
Yeah, pretty universal, but I'd say it's more survivor-sided.
Especially in this day and age of meta, you always want to set up your hunter in a very good position, especially round 1. So picking Leo's Memory, a very known survivor-sided map, very interesting choice, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen it being picked like round 1 in like KOA as well as KO qualifiers, and I guess like it's mainly so that like survivors can secure like a good like tie or one escape against meta picks possibly, but yeah, just giving your hunter side like the disadvantage in terms of map pick is like sometimes it's not the best idea, but if you're planning to like deny the 5-point lead by giving your survivors a chance to get that one escape or tie, I think it's like a better option possibly. And also Team Eclipse's hunter does have like a really diverse hunter pool, so they could literally pull out anything on this map and it would be fine. So yeah. And it seems like we will be into the pick and ban phase. Yeah. We'll be seeing what Team Eclipse's hunters ban first. And we see the Seer and the First Officer. Pretty standard bans, I say. I definitely would also ban First Officer. I really hate First Officer. Probably the most annoying rescuer in my opinion. Just really easy for avoiding double downs, and he doesn't feed like extra presence like Gravekeeper would, for example. And Seer is just also like good against one-hit hunters. And it does seem like Team Terrashock picks out the Gravekeeper and Antiquarian first, two very strong picks against meta hunters such as Hullabaloo, Goatman. We have been seeing Gravekeeper getting a lot more popularity recently, especially with his recent buffs and his ability to just make it to the chair safely. And also Antiquarian's really strong against one-hit hunters once again, and she also just has a really good support. And Team Eclipse's hunter does ban out the Psychologist. Psychologist is a very tanky character, and she has that kiting potential and also a lot of support potential, so that ban is definitely fair. I do also ban Psychologist a lot. And the third pick for Team Terrashock side is Toy Merchant. Annie is a very strong support character on this map, but she just doesn't perform as well anymore in this map against meta picks, especially Hullabaloo, Goatman. Goatman can just trap the catapult off, and Hullabaloo can just kind of jump into the two-story area, so she's not as strong, but she's definitely really good for supporting that first kite and to just avoid the hunter to find a target, if you know what I mean. And the fourth ban for Team Eclipse's hunter side is Puppeteer. That's honestly a really good ban, since Puppeteer is really good against most characters, meta especially, and he's also good against two-hit hunters with his mini flywheel ability, and he can just extend kites a lot and make safe rescues, so that's fair. And the fourth pick for Team Terrashock's survivor side will be the Perfumer. Honestly a pretty interesting pick. Perfumer is not the best anymore as compared to before, but she definitely still is a solid kiter. She performs better against Goatman in my opinion, rather than Hullabaloo, but yeah, she's still a good pick. And now we'll just be waiting for the survivors to select their talents, and then we'll see what the hunter picks. Any thoughts on the picks and bans, Rika?
These bans really do look like an opera or maybe Goatman sided ban. Especially because of the Psychologist and Puppeteer, he really wants to eliminate those tanky characters. And yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Tiff?
Yeah, definitely. And it does seem like the Terrashock survivors did catch on to that a bit, and they picked out the Gravekeeper and the Perfumer, which are pretty tanky characters. And it does seem like Terrashock survivors have picked out their personas, and we are seeing an opera singer round 1. So you were right, damn. I'm really surprised.
Oh my god.
I really love
it, guys.
I'm really surprised that they would go opera round 1. Opera does well on this map, but also Toy Merchant being able to catapult into two-story, Gravekeeper being able to make safe rescues, and Antiquarian just being able to disarm for a long time. And Perfumer can also just make really safe perfumes against a one-hit hunter against Opera Singer. So I am really surprised that Team Eclipse's hunter did go with Opera Singer here, but we'll see what they will do. And now we're going into the spawn select phase. Sorry, I'm a little late, but it does seem like Team Terrashock survivors are going for a standard Tetris spawn, I guess. And
this does look like an Antiquarian chase, maybe.
I guess like both Antiquarian and Perfumer work, like, but they are like very strong kiters against Opera Singer in my opinion. I'm honestly kind of shocked that they decided to put Toy Merchant in Factory. I thought that like maybe putting Toy Merchant in middle for that support would have been like a bit of a better option. But this also works. But Toy Merchant will have to like spend a little more time setting up those catapults. Yeah. And
We will now be starting the game soon, so good luck to both teams. I know it's very nervous putting your gameplay out on a live stream, but you guys are doing super well, and good luck.
Yep. Good luck to both teams. Very excited for this match. Okay. And we will be loading into the match in just, I guess, like 5 seconds or so. Ooh, the new A-tier skin, so pretty.
Right away here, we can see this opera singer beelining it towards the perfumer actually. Perfumer now caught in this area. She will now have to kite within this area. Excellent perfume. Throw down that pallet.
Yeah, really nice perfume from the perfumer, and she is in a really good kiting area against Opera, or pretty good kiting area. And she does cancel her dash there, but Opera jumps back and uncancels back. But, ooh, good perfume back. And Opera's dash is on cooldown again, so Perfumer doing a really excellent job so far. And now she's transitioning to Christmas Tree, as it seems. Or God Kite, sorry.
Very strong area against Opera Singer.
Yeah, just a ton of pallets to slam down, and Opera Singer does miss another dash, and she's a little lost. Oh, okay. She does spot out the Perfumer again. Perfumer has one more perfume on her hand, and
Blink is now up.
Blink is up.
Uses that blink,
Ooh,
but does not get the perfume off in time.
Very unfortunate. They're unable to get the perfume back. Good flywheel. This kite is already really good. She was able to force trade out. She does have like no more items to work with, so like no rebound really. But she did die far away from ciphers, and she also got the trade out. So this is looking like a tie situation in my opinion. Survivors are set up for a tie right now. Just being able to force that trade out.
No, definitely. We can see this Opera Singer going towards the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper now using a shovel to gain that distance towards the rocket chair.
And he should be able to make a really safe rescue. Oh, he does have flywheel, sorry. I didn't look at any of the personas to start, that's my bad.
My bad too. Does get that hit off. No double down though. Oh, or you could see this double down here.
I do think that Opera Singer is getting really greedy here. Since
The perfumer.
now she's essentially just lost sight of the perfumer while trying to go for that grave, who still had 2 whole shovels, well, essentially 1.5 shovels on his hand. So that was not the best play on the side of the Opera Singer. And now she will have to spend time looking for...
Does get spotted out though.
Nice. Does spot out the perfumer and is able to pick her up for her second share.
Gravekeeper has now been healed up, and we're just waiting to see who will come rescue the perfumer.
Yep. Our singer is dashing to the toy merchant, but
insanely good dashes. That was a very nice terror shock.
Oh, what just happened? She just slid across my screen, but yeah, really unfortunate terror shock. Really, kind of impatient on the toy merchant side for just instantly vaulting that, but good on the hunter for being able to get that terror shock.
Uses the flywheel. Perfumer's caught in this area. She can't really transition out due to Opera's many shadows. We'll now see this perfumer dead on chair. I suggest these survivors, Toy Merchant and Gravekeeper, heal themselves up and just play
Yeah.
this endgame really slow.
Definitely. Oh, and she breaks that really good Toy Merchant catapult, and she teleports to Christmas Tree Cipher. I do think that Toy Merchant did just expend her self-heal, so... And she has a flywheel and a catapult with. She just needs to place it down. But she really needs to start on getting away from the Cipher machine. With flywheel, but she does unfortunately
Does
fall
go down.
behind the Cipher machine, and also basement. Oh, but
Does
Opera...
not do basement.
Yeah. Yeah, ops do not share basement. Yeah, it does seem like Gravekeeper is working on a new Cipher machine, and Antiquarian is here already in the vicinity to come for this rescue. And she does a really nice flywheel to get close to the chair, and she does pull off the rescue. It would be optimal.
Misses the wand.
Unfortunately missing that swing, and this is really unfortunate. Both survivors are injured, and none of them have borrowed time. So neither of them can come in for this rescue. This is really unfortunate, considering Perfumer did a really nice kite at the beginning, but just Opera was able to...
Singer batting
Yeah,
out the Antiquarian. Oh, and it's with Gravekeeper as well. This is looking like a forky, guys.
It really is.
Unless they can pop the Cipher.
Even if they...
Oh, no.
But it doesn't rush the Cipher machine for some reason, and now Opera can just go for this Toy Merchant. Does mess up a lot of... sorry, another dash. A lot of missed dashes this match, and they do go for the pop, and Toy Merchant is able to pop it. And Opera knows exactly where this Toy Merchant is, so... Yep, she can just dash her way towards Toy Merchant and down her and secure the 4-kill. Really big turn of events, honestly. I was expecting to see, like, a stronger endgame from the side of the survivors, but Opera was just really able to capitalize off the mistakes that the survivors made, such as, like, the Terror Shock, dying in middle, not, like, self-healing, sorry, not healing up earlier. So yeah, Opera was able to just, like, use that situation and snowball it into a 4-kill. So really good job on both the Hunter and the survivor side. Yeah, let's congratulate...
Good game, this guy. Good game, guys.
Yeah. Congratulations to Team Eclipse's Hunter for securing a 5-point lead. Yes.
So the next matchup, who will that be? Terror Shock Hunter versus Eclipse Survivors?
Yeah, Terror Shock Hunter against Survivors will be on the same map.
I do think that the Terror Shock Survivors should have played the endgame a little bit more slow. Annie shouldn't have been on the Cipher, just because she is one hit from going down, and Opera could easily just switch to teleport, which she did. What do you think, Tiff?
Yeah, definitely. I don't agree that, like, I don't agree with, like, the plays on the survivor side, that Annie definitely should not have been on that Cipher machine, especially because she did, like, expend her self-heal, and also she didn't have borrowed time, and she was just in a really vulnerable position. So yeah, I don't think Toy Merchant should have been at that Cipher. They really should have, the survivor side really should have opted for a reset, in my opinion. But yeah, they didn't do that, and Opera was able to snowball that into a 4-kill, despite, like, such a strong early game. Yeah, good on the Hunter side.
We will now be seeing Eclipse Survivors versus Terror Shock's Hunter. As we said before, Terror Shock's Hunter does play a lot of non-meta guy hunters. I'm excited to see who they will pull out for this round 1.
Wait, I might be spreading misinformation. Wait. This is a different Hunter that I was, like, looking at the profile for, but it does seem like they play Opera Singer. Wait, am I looking at the right thing? No, I'm not.
Hmm?
What? Sorry, I was not looking at the right thing. Ignore me. Sorry.
Guys, just a little awkward.
Anywho, yeah, okay, yeah. Void Luna, that's the hunter I was looking at. They do play, yeah, just the non-conventional, like, non-meta picks, such as, Nightwatch, Lucino, as well as, what was it? I don't know, some other male hunter, but yeah, they just don't really play meta hunters, which, be seeing, we probably will will be seeing a non-meta pick round 1. Anything can happen, so.
It's just how the cookie crumbles.
Boy. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Alright, just waiting for, Eclipse survivors to pick and ban.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Team Eclipse's survivors do only need a 1 escape to secure their win for the first round of this matchup. So we'll probably be seeing like more safer picks, like for example like Embomber, who's like really good for securing those ties, but we'll just have to see what the survivors pick. We will soon be moving into the pick and ban phase right after, just when everyone readies up. So, yeah. Are you excited to see like anything in particular for this second half, Rika?
I'm excited to see Terror Shock's survivors. Maybe I'm a little slow, but I've never heard of Terror Shock before, and I think this is their first tournament. So, am I wrong?
I don't know that much about the comp community.
I'm sorry if this is not your first tournament, but I'm really excited to see how you guys play and just coordinate yourself.
And sorry, but we will be moving into the pick and ban phase. The Hunter did ban Mercenary and Priestess as their first 2 bans. Pretty standard rank bans in my opinion. No Seer, which means that the survivors were able to pick out Seer and First Officer as their first 2
a forward ban.
Oh yeah, forward ban as well. But Seer and First Officer are 2 very strong picks, and they will be put on permaban now, and also Coordinator as well. Just yeah, it's looking like a really solid team comp right now. Decoding might be a little bit slow with the Coordinator and First Officer, but yeah, just really good support, kiting, and rescue potential in this team comp currently. And Team Terror Shock's Hunter does ban out the Lawyer as their last ban. We don't see Lawyer getting banned as much anymore, but that's honestly kind of valid, since Lawyer is able to just give a lot of like free information for their teammates, so like you can coordinate like transitioning like really well if you have a Lawyer in your team. But yeah, and Eclipse's survivors do pick out Prisoner. I guess that works. I was like expecting more of like a healer pick, like Psychologist for example, even Barmaid maybe, but Prisoner does work just to like kind of balance out like the decoding progress, since you do have like 2 slower decoders, FO who has like 20% decoding debuff, and Cord who also has like a massive decoding debuff if someone is shared. But, yeah, just a really solid team comp overall, and the survivors will be picking out their talents. I have no idea what the Seer and FO have, but
Coordinator has 39. A very standard build.
Oh yeah.
Prisoner has Borrow Time and Flywheel.
I was expecting like a Sui build perhaps on.
Oh, Seer does have Tai Sui.
Tai Sui. Guessing that First Officer has that standard Borrow Time and Tide Turner, since you usually do want to have a Borrow Time on your on your rescuer, unless if it's like a Knight maybe. But yeah, and it does seem like Team Terror Shock's Hunter rotating between and they do pick out the Yeah, one of the off-meta picks that they do play from some little stalking I did, but yeah, Lucino is a pretty good pick on this map as they are able to as Lucino is able to like pursue like whoever's in factory pretty well, as he is able to like jump everywhere and close up a ton of distance. So Prisoner might be in a bit of trouble here, especially because he does not have Sui, so no windows to transition into Loop Factory. And we will be going into the area select phase now. Does seem like FO is control and okay, yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, standard spot. The most optimal chase here for this Lucino is probably Luca or Seer, but definitely Luca. And Cord is just not the best like first chase target unless you have excitement, as she does have like really slow chair time. She does have like good transitioning abilities with her mini like speed boost when she interacts with like a pallet or a window, and her gun is also just so damn annoying. You can like break line of sight really easily and you essentially just have a free transition with their guns. So, but looking at the spawn, the Lucino is probably going to opt to chase the Prisoner in Factory, and we will be starting the matchup really soon, just like 15 seconds or so.
Once again, good luck to Eclipse Survivors and Terrashock's Hunter. Like I said before, it's very anxiety-inducing to put your gameplay out on live stream. So yeah, well done, you guys. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck to both sides, and we will be going into the matchup really shortly. Yep, just loading in. Really excited to see how this Evil Reptilian will do, honestly, since we don't see him like getting picked a lot just in general, like even for round 3. So I'm excited to see what we'll be heading into now.
Evil Reptilian will be using his dashes to make it to Factory, and Prisoner will be the first chase target. Prisoner now going up the stairs into second story of Factory.
Mm-hmm. And it does seem like Lucino here performs a jump, really nice jump to close up that distance. They do have Blink, Detention, and Confine. Confine is pretty standard and pretty good for Lucino, but usually you'd go like Teleport if you were to bring Confined. But yeah,
nice discipline.
Yeah, nice winning the vault, and really good shock to close up that distance, which does allow this Prisoner to make it to it. He is able to avoid this hit for a little bit longer, but he is unfortunately going to use first hit.
Prisoner just looping this Factory. We can see this Prisoner going up to 2-story once again, but Evil Reptilian being able to catch up almost instantly. Seer using the owl. Evil Reptilian does miss his drop down hit, but eventually catches up to the Prisoner and downs him anyway. Very decent kite by the Prisoner, especially for an Evil Reptilian in Factory. Evil Reptilian opting to take Prisoner to the basement. I'm not sure I agree with this choice, especially because it's leaving Eclipse's survivors to perform a tie against this very non-meta Hunter. What do you think, Tiff?
I guess like cherrying in basement is fine. I guess it's to compensate for the fact that the Lucino here did get kited, but he's just camping the doorway, and he didn't notice the FO going in for that backdoor rescue at all. And yeah, there were just 2 survivors there, and none of them were able to body block, but I guess that's fine. The main goal of this Prisoner is just to transition away from basement, and I think Coordinator should go in for this like next rescue just because she has a gun. Seer does have a burner, but he isn't able to provide that utility, and he did extend
Prisoner is getting chaired on Seer's Cypher. Those were the 2 last ciphers. First officer has started a cipher, and Seer has started a cipher. So being chaired on this cipher is not optimal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Oh, and he does miss the does miss that flywheel, and Evil Reptilian is able to blink down him and secure the rescue stuff. Really well played on the Lucinos, and it does kind of make the situation worse for the survivors as they don't really have their last two ciphers.
Oh! Does get that hit on the coordinator as she uses her gun. That is game changing.
Fortune.
Very good.
Truly unfortunate. I do think that this opens a window of opportunity for Lucino to secure this 4-kill, since Seer did just expend his self-heal and Cord has no more gun. Yeah, and with
This is looking like a potential one-man escape. Or even 4K.
I'm thinking it's more of a 4-kill just because their ciphers are not progressed enough.
Yeah.
I'll have to see, and Evo does not have Tie Turner for this next rescue, so this is really dangerous, and it opens like opportunity for a double down, perhaps. But good rescue on the side of the FO, and Lucino does miss that crash down, so he is able to make it away safely, and Cord does need to rebound for quite a while. And let these ciphers progress, I guess, to compensate for the 2 rescue stuff that happened.
Coordinator will be going down soon. That leaves the survivors with needing to decode 2 cipher machines. And both of them are injured. First officer, however, does have a syringe, so
Yeah, but
does spot out the first officer.
ooh, good. Oh, good pallet stun from the side of the FO. I really thought that he was gonna go in for that rescue after the pallet stun, but doesn't pop the watch for the rescue, and yeah, that just forces Seer to get off the cipher machine. Really good job on the side of this Lucino, honestly, for being able to secure so many rescues. Since his early game was pretty rough, I guess, as he did get kited, and he also gave a free rescue, and Seer just like transitioned away from basement. But being able to get 3 rescue stuff this match just really brought his like momentum back, and now he's definitely able to secure this for elimination. What are your thoughts, Reka?
Yeah, no, I definitely think some communication could have been done better, especially by the prisoner and the seer. We know that the seer and the first officer both started a new cipher. Someone should have communicated that do not die near the ciphers. I don't know. Yeah, I think main issue here was communication.
And Seer does pop that cipher machine, but he instantly gets spotted out as Lucino is able to just jump to him really quickly. Good flywheel, but he will be going down really shortly. Not much the Eclipse survivors can do at this point, so it will end up in a 4-kill. Yeah, getting Terror Shock.
Gets that Terror Shock.
Yeah, and
Well,
good job of Terror Shock's Hunter getting 4-kill as Lucino against such a
that
strong
is
thing.
insanely impressive. Well done. Well done to both Eclipse and Terror Shock's Hunter. Prisoner, you played that extremely well. Just a few miscommunications, and it could have been a potential 3K. But it's okay. Like, you guys played really well. So good job, guys.
Definitely. That early game was played out really well by the survivors. Prisoner did kite for a long time, especially with that Sui build. And Lucino was struggling a bit in the early game. But as mentioned previously, Lucino was able to just capitalize off of the survivors and was able to secure that 4-kill, which is really impressive, as we don't really see like Lucino in the meta at all, even after his like buffs from last year. He's just like definitely not the best and strongest character, but being able to secure that was really, really good. And Team Eclipse and Team Terror Shocked have tied up the first round with 5-5, a score of 5-5.
Yep.
And we will shortly be heading into the second round of matchup. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this first round was just really surprising for me, since both hunters did struggle a lot in the early game. Basically they both got 3 cipher kited, but they were just able to capitalize the mistakes made by the survivors. So good on them for snowballing potential tie situations into 4 kills and getting that 5-point lead for their team. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the match, on the matches that we just watched, Reika?
Honestly, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, just a very close-up match. These teams are really well suited against each other. I'm just I'm on my toes when I'm watching this. I'm like, oh my god. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Definitely, I'm just honestly really impressed with the hunter sides. Yeah, being able to snowball really tough situations into 4 kills, and yeah.
We will now be heading into round 2.
Yeah, round 2, first half. I'm pretty sure it's Terror Shock Hunter first. Wait, no, they just played, didn't they? Sorry, I'm dumb. I don't know.
We will be seeing that in Terror Shock will be banning a map first. We will see Terror Shock banning. Just waiting.
Oh.
Someone said they really liked his voice in chat. He's a little big. He's a little big.
No.
Maybe that's why he sounds like that.
Oh, that's you.
Maybe just a little bit.
Commentators, who are your predictions for Koa tonight? Personally, I do feel like Wolves will win, but very excited to see
Wolves
them perform.
Yeah, Wolves performed really well last night, so yeah, I think
definitely.
Wolves will win as well.
But this matchup in particular is really exciting, I guess, since I'm pretty sure this is the first time Japan has a Japanese IDV team has made it to top 2 for Koa. So actually I just received information that it is the 3rd time. I apologize for spreading misinformation. Sorry, I'm a little stupid. But
yeah, we know.
Okay. But
we will see this round 2 first half be Eclipse Hunter versus Terror Shock Survivors. Again, Eclipse Hunter, very talented. Terror Shock Survivors, I haven't seen much of you guys before, but I'm just really excited to see how you guys will play.
And it does seem like Team Eclipse's Hunter Team Eclipse picks out Chinatown. We do usually see bigger maps for round 2. I guess I see that Chinatown is a more hunter-sided map in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, just
I
really
hate Chinatown.
I love Chinatown as a hunter main personally. It's just so good for Goatman, Wax Surges, Opera. Just really good map in general for Dream Witch as well. Just for all hunters, I guess. But yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I did forget to mention, because neither of the hunters really played round character for the first round. Goatman and Hullabaloo are still on to be picked, depending on which one gets banned. So yeah, excited to see either a Goatman or Hullabaloo match, even though they do get played a lot. But I do meta hunter matches, they're still very exciting to watch. Yeah, very excited for this next match. And I do really want to see either a Dream Witch, Goatman, or Hella from Team Eclipse's Hunter. As mentioned previously, multiple times, they do have a really big Hunter roster. And I feel like all of those Hunters just really excel on this map. And we will be heading into the bans and pick phase.
We will start off with Seer and Priestess being banned first. Very standard bans, I'd say.
Priestess ban definitely valid. I'm not sure if I would ban Seer, but Seer is still just a really solid ban against like one-hit hunters. Oh, and it does seem like Team Terror Shock survivors to ban out that Dream Witch. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing.
No.
Really unfortunate, but honestly fair since Team Eclipse's Hunter Blue Cow does have like 42 S badges for her. So yeah, honestly valid, and the survivors are picking their first 2 picks, I guess, and they're hovering over the first officer, as you can see. FO and Lawyer. Once again, first officer is a strong reviewer, and Lawyer just is able to dish out like a lot of info for your teammate, so that they can like coordinate like transitions well, and it just avoids you from like running into the hunter in some cases. And Lawyer is also like really good at looping Hotel, so yeah, just 2 really strong picks to start. And Team Eclipse's Hunter does ban that Puppeteer. Yeah, Puppeteer is just a really tanky character that's really good at meta picks, so that's honestly really fair. And Team Terror Shock survivors do pick out that Cheerleader. Cheerleader is like a bit of a more unconventional pick, I guess. We don't really see her that much like into round 2, and she doesn't synergize super well with the current people that or current survivors that Team Terror Shock has picked out. So we'll see what this Cheerleader can do. And the 4th man for the side of Team Eclipse's Hunter will be the Coordinator. Yeah, Cord is just such a strong character. Honestly, I ban her round 2 when I play that Opera Singer. Yeah, she can just kite for a really long time, and if you don't chase her, she has that ability. And the 4th pick for the survivors of Team Terror Shock will be the Psychologist. Yeah, once again, like nothing, like there's really nothing that like the Cheerleader can like reset the cooldown for, other than like herself and FO, I guess. This is still fine, I guess, but yeah, Psychologist is a really strong pick. She has that extra tankiness for kiting, and on just like a map like Chinatown, she is able to like have that Bluetooth heal, and she can just like heal like from anywhere in the map. So she is a really strong pick. And now the survivors will be picking out their talents. What are your thoughts on the survivors picks, Rika?
I think they're very... I've never seen this comp before. I think it's very interesting, especially the Cheerleader pick. I'm excited to see how it will go.
Yeah, definitely. And the builds seem like... Oh, Goatman. Okay, we do see the Goatman. Nice. Oh. Goatman is incredibly strong on this map, especially if you put your like a Cypher lock situation. We saw that curse in Toa a lot, especially with like that Omni matchup. Survivors just kept getting Cypher locked. Yeah, Goatman was able to pressure that right side of the map really effectively, and Goatman is able to like just like put cages with, or like half of his cage within buildings, so that like survivors can't go through it. So I'd like to see the hunter like effectively use his like black cages, I guess. Very excited.
Very interesting spawns.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not so sure about this one. Oh, and it does seem like the Goatman spawns in restaurant. I guess they didn't want to go after that Lawyer, I guess. So Lawyer does get to decode. And I don't think Lawyer's Cypher will be Cypher locked either, so he can Cypher rush, definitely. this spawn is just really interesting. We don't see the checker spawn on Chinatown. It's usually like the L spawn or like the Tetris spawn, where someone spawns shit corner, and then umbrella gate, and then middle, and then what's it called?
Lantern gate.
It's the place above hotel. I'm blanking. Sorry, but yeah, we also do that spawn a lot. But yeah, we just never see the checker spawn, and it does. And based off this spawn, I guess the Goatman would have to go psychology, as you can't really like traverse across the map for that cheerleader or that lawyer, and we will very shortly be heading into the matchup. Sorry, I've been talking so much and I've missed a lot of things, so sorry. But yeah, we will be.
Good. Okay, let's get into this match. We'll see right away Goatman heading towards the psychologist. Very interesting spawn. I'd say this area is very bad against Goatman, especially in this 2-story. Yeah, just receiving a very early hit, drop down hit at that. And uses that pallet. Against Goatman, you do not want to drop pallets early. He is a very tight kite-centered hunter. Yeah. We will be seeing that second hit on the psychologist.
She does take 2 hits really quickly, but Goatman did recently get nerfed, so that resentment is going up really slowly. So he does not have a cage quite yet, which does allow the psychologist to make it to this window and potentially transition a bit. But Goatman does a beautiful like jump back and cage, and is able to get this psychologist down relatively quickly.
Very well played by the Goatman. We can see that Goatman does have abnormal. I've never seen a Goatman with abnormal.
Well, clearly you haven't been paying attention in our practices then, because I literally go abnormal.
Okay,
Goatman.
Vicky, that's enough.
Anywho, yeah, he does abnormal that middle cipher, which sets the survivors back a lot. And I don't think they can keep pushing this cipher anymore, since I guess like the moment middle cipher gets abnormal, you can't really pressure it anymore. But yeah,
we can see cheerleader rotating into the hunter. This will be a double down soon, I fear. The psychologist is stuck in a tricky area.
Yeah, bit of an overstep on the cage. That cage was definitely too big. This looks like a 12 or 15 cage, but is able to get that chip hit. Not that terror shock, but I'm not so sure why psychologists transitioned into this area. And also she did kind of like randomly use her flywheel. I thought that she was going to transition into hotel, but I guess basement might be there. Maybe that's why she transitioned away. But yeah, she is on her second chair now, and it does seem like the FO and the cheerleader are
we can see this cheerleader going in for the save. Misses that cage.
I do think that this cheerleader can make the rescue. I'm not sure why she's just opting to move away from the chair, but like you can break the cage like in a second when you're rescuing a survivor, so that was definitely a bit of a misplay on the side of this. Really unfortunate. They're unable to psychologist, but I feel like they didn't really have a reason to rescue in the first place, and yeah, that just gives the Goatman a free down. Because they didn't have like someone with Ty Turner coming in to rescue. I think they should have just focused resetting at that point. And
our two last ciphers are on 21% and 57%. The last cipher also being shared right next to it. So I'm a little worried for the Terror Shock survivors.
Definitely. Well, now Goatman knows that Lawyer does not have borrowed time, but probably not that important, since I'm not sure if the survivors can even make it to the end game.
Decides to switch off the cheerleader and go pressure the 90% cipher.
Oh,
use is abnormal.
yeah, this just looks like a 4 kill at this point. Yeah, just letting the goatman out on this map is not the best idea, as we saw. It's incredibly hard to especially with like the given spawns and ways that and the routes that the survivors took. Sorry. But yeah, it does seem like the cheerleader is trying to rush the middle cipher. I'm not sure if they can keep pushing this cipher, and Goatman does get the first officer out of form. Really well played by the Goatman here.
No, yeah, I totally agree. I would say that the cheerleader and the lawyer should have completely abandoned the cipher and go heal up somewhere. I think they should be aiming for a one-man right here.
But a one-man may be kind of difficult here. They will be able to pop that middle cipher machine, I think. They should. They should be able to pop it, but yeah, but their last cipher is right beside the first office here, and yeah, Lemire going in for the rescue, but he's on half health and doesn't have flywheel. And cheerleader is also coming in for this, but
yeah. This does look like a 4K here, guys.
Yeah, just really unfortunate. The survivors definitely incorrectly played that mid game, in my opinion. Just going for the rescue on the psychologist that had 0 rebound potential was not the best idea, and just not resetting just didn't allow any of them to rescue later. They really should have by the point that the psychologist was about to get eliminated, all of them should have left the site of the Goatman. But yeah, Goatman does secure this 4 kill now. Good job on the
game to the Eclipse Hunter and Terrorshock survivors.
And now, for the second half, it's currently 5-0 for Eclipse for the second half, but 10-5 overall for Eclipse. Yeah, just really unfortunate there, but Goatman did play that whole round out really well, as he was able to get a really quick down psychology die near middle. So he was able to just pressure that middle cipher and abnormal which get the survivors back. So yeah,
these
just
two
really
matchups are giving me anxiety. Anxiety!
Boy!
Get up on me! Somebody's watching me! Is my anxiety!
Rika, you take over. I need to go throw up.
That was for Hal. That was for Hal. I did that for Hal. Alright, we will be now going to Terrorshock Hunter and Eclipse survivors. Am I right?
Rika, that was not okay. You need to apologize to chat right now.
No, I did that for my friend, guys. I did that for my friend.
I think that was awful. Awful. But
that's just how the cookie crumbles. I don't know what to tell you.
Lolzy, you made a mistake making Rika come in here. You did this.
Thank you to my goat, Lolzy Sean.
Anywho, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that last matchup, survivors didn't play that mid game really well, which just didn't allow them to enter the end game. So just really unfortunate, just a really unfortunate course of events. But really well played on the side of the Goatman. The Goatman had pressure over everything that entire match. And yeah, was also able to just capitalize off the mistakes the survivors made. And yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho, we will now be heading into the second half of round 2 with Team Terrorshock's Hunter going up first. and Team Eclipse's survivors going. Really excited to see what the Hunter pulls out this time, since I'm still unsure if they plays meta, but I think they still have that Night Watch, and
I'm really hoping for a Fool's Gold.
oh yeah, Fool's Gold. Fool's Gold is definitely really solid. He's able to like just traverse everything really. Chinatown is, and he's able to effectively like cut off hotel loot, since he can just completely like block off the stairs with his pickaxe ability. So yeah, we'll see what the survivors find and what the Hunter pick.
I'd just like to say like a quick thanks to everyone involved in making Premier Tournament, especially the graphics team. The graphics are actually insane. When I saw them, I was like, holy crap, like, wow, these people actually put this together. Yeah, and I'd also like to thank Lalzi Sean, my goat and savior, Lalzi Sean, for making this tournament. It's one of the bigger ones we've seen ever since the 64-team Persuadable tournament. So, yeah, it's very hard to well execute a bigger tournament, and we can see that Lalzi Sean is doing that, so yeah.
What? Loki, I blanked out during your whole like monologue, or I just heard you to Lalzi Sean or something, but
Lalzi Sean. No, we cannot thank Tim for being here.
What the hell? I think you're just a hater. I don't know.
Actually, I thank Tiff because he's carrying me right now. Like, I was so nervous at the start. I was like stuttering my ass off. I could not like compute a sentence. So thank you, Tiff, for carrying me.
You're welcome. No, but yeah, this is like both mine and Rika's first time commentating, so sorry if we're doing anything wrong, but we're trying. So, I hope y'all enjoy our commentating, even if it's botchy at times. But yeah, we're just...
It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, I'm sorry.
If you say that one more time, Rika. Okay. We should be heading...
We will now be going into the round.
Yep. And now we're going into the ban and pick phase. And it does seem like the Hunter once again goes for that mercenary and yeah, just two very good bans. Priest is literally overpowered on this map, and mercenary can just like elbow pad every like like the just Chinatown is really open. He can dash every elbow pad essentially, and the survivors do ban out that Hullabaloo. I guess Hullabaloo is a fine ban here, but I feel like you might as well ban that Goatman. Goatman does have like a lot more pressure, like just like in Chinatown in general, especially like even at like no presence, he has good pressure. And Hullabaloo without his jumps, he kind of like struggles on this map a bit. But excuse me, sorry. Yeah. And and it seems like Team Eclipse's survivors pick out the Lawyer and Acrobat first. Yeah, Lawyer is able to give a ton of information as mentioned previously, and Acrobat is just like a very like universally strong kiter in my opinion. And their Hunter does ban out the forward once again. I'm pretty sure these are looking like the same ban last round if I recall correctly. Personally, I don't have too big of a problem with forward, but forward's harassing can get really annoying. But if you play a character like Goatman or Ivy, you can kind of like negate his like harass. And it does seem
now
like Oh, sorry.
Now onto the last survivor ban. Who will we see?
Yeah, and Eclipse's survivors do pick out that Wildling. So I guess that's the viewer. Ooh. Really? I guess that's interesting, and Eclipse survivors do pick out that Novelist. Novelist has been gaining a ton of popularity. Essentially, like, a rechargeable cord gun, I guess, if played correctly. Most novelists do carry that triple pallet. So, yeah, just he's basically a free pallet stun. But I'm really surprised about the journalist ban, since Team Eclipse did pick out a rescuer already. So I don't think a rescuer ban was super necessary here. But yeah, pretty strong team comp overall. But
Who do you think the hunter will be, Tiff?
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure who bans like journalists, other than like Smiley Face maybe. But
Full skull.
probably. I do think it could be a full skull here. Very excited to see what this hunter picks out. Oh yeah, and once again, Eclipse survivors do only need a one-man escape to win round 2. And they are just about to finish picking their talents. Seems like Lawyer will have Sui. It's called 1v1. I'm gonna Acro has Flywheel. Muro has something cannot read because it's in Chinese.
Oh, what? Oh.
Did hover over the wax a little bit, but seems like the hunter's still deciding on who to pick. The hunter
they didn't pick in time.
Oh
my god, it's giving Fafa.
I don't get it. Sorry.
From Twin Star? Hello?
He picked Hell Ember on purpose. I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he didn't pick. Okay, it's whatever.
He was literally practicing it in stream. I was like stalking it before the match. But yeah, we probably will. Yeah, we will be getting a restart, but it will be up to Team Eclipse to see if they accept this restart. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Do you think the hunter's gonna go wax artist potentially, since they were hovering over it?
They hovered off of it and then they just stopped for a long time, so I do not think it's gonna be a wax artist. Might have just been thinking a little bit too long.
Okay, yep, and we will be restarting just right after this phase. Yeah, but now I do
Team Eclipse let Terrashock's Hunter restart. So we will now be seeing another ban and pick phase, no?
I'm not sure how it'll go. We might just go into like custom mode because it's like same pick and blah blah blah. I don't know if we'll be okay. Okay. So thank you, Lousy, for clarifying. We will just be doing competition mode once again, but there will be no bans this time, so like no time wasted, I guess. So it'll just be like the same character. So yeah, thank you to Lousy for clarifying.
Lousy.
Wait, what was the team comp again? I'm short memory.
Muro. Wildling, Lawyer, Acrobat, and Novelist. I'm pretty sure.
We're gonna pretend Lousy did not just say that. Thank you, Lousy. I do think that Wax Artist performs decently against that team comp. I'm not the most experienced Wax Artist player. I do play him a little bit, but Wax can counter that. Hot Wax does knock Wildling off the board, but Lawyer can like just like see where pulling distance away from, so that might be a little difficult. And same with Acrobat, he can also pull distance, and he also has Fire, which just completely locks off the Wax's abilities. And Wax is just not a very... We'll see, but I think that Wax can do sort of okay against Novelist. Wait. Okay, not really, I guess. Since Novelist can't just, like, cancel the 100 Wax freely with that free, like, palette stun, I guess. So yeah, I guess Wax Sword is deal for the con. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Reika?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just waiting to see who this lovely hunter will pick.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for a Fool's Gold though. If they do pick
I'm
that
dead.
Oh!
Interesting pick. Interesting pick.
I did not know that this hunter played Percy. I guess I need to research better next time, but wow. Very unconventional pick, I guess. We haven't seen him like a little bit more in like just for fun, but Percy not the strongest character, but Percy is pretty good on Chinatown. This might just be his best map, since he is able to dash around a lot freely. Yeah, and it just doesn't allow for survivors to transition. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what this... If this Percy can score a 4, that'd be great. But, yeah.
Good luck to Eclipse Survivors and Tearshock Hunter.
Yep. And we will be heading into the area select phase first, and does seem like Eclipse Survivors offer that spawn. This is how we usually spawn. This one works pretty well, I'd say. And Percy does spawn above that lawyer, above Hotel. So I guess, yeah, they do want that lawyer. Personally, I do have a skill issue against Percy, so I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Okay. I see how it is. So
Yeah, it's like that.
So hateful.
Okay, so just waiting for the game to start. I do think that this undead will chase the lawyer first. What do you think?
Yeah, just based off the spawns, probably going after this lawyer. Hotel is pretty decent for fighting Percy, I guess. I guess like just the upstairs area is a bit of a problem, since like he can't basically dash across that whole like upstairs bridge area, so you don't get a ton of distance from it.
Agreed.
We'll see. We'll be heading right into the matchup now. Sorry for hogging all the time, Rika.
It's okay, Biggie. I know you like to hog a lot of things. Okay, so first of all, we will be seeing this undead chasing the lawyer. Lawyer will be heading upstairs. Does not drop God palette. He will continue to loop these stairs. Very interesting dashes.
Yeah, the undead
Does not make the hit, however.
This Percy did unfortunately get stuck a bit. Lawyer was able to loop one more time, but getting that hit at that pallet, and now Lawyer's kind of transitioning into an open area. I think this will be an instant. Actually,
Skinny queen. Okay.
Literally, so skinny. And now Flywheel is up, and it does seem like this Percy has warp. And what is this build?
Get that Flywheel off. Let's keep in mind, guys, that this lawyer does have suicide bell.
Oh, ouch! And he is gonna get that down. Honestly, Lawyer did a really good job at prolonging that kite, especially considering that he was like hit in the open, and he did just transition it into an area. He was able to quite nicely. It does seem like this. The Murrow, he does ram into a wall, which gets him off his boar, and he might be taking it down. And unfortunately, hiding beside the lawyer. This is looking
This-
really good for the Percy.
I'm not too sure why Wildling would kite into the downed lawyer.
Yeah,
I do think he should have got on his board and head away from this downed lawyer. Yeah.
And because no one else has Tide Turner other than this, like, Murrow, like, just picking up in the Hunter space will not be ideal for the survivors here. Oh, Skinny. And yeah, getting
Does
that...
get that lawyer down though.
Ooh, and this lawyer is close to dying. I'm not sure if he can heal in time. He does have Sticker since he has Flywheel, but we'll see if he heals up in time. But it does seem like Burrow has healed up and he has gotten away. So Burrow has expended his exit path, and Burrow should seek healing from the Acrobat here. Yeah. And it does seem
All
like...
Undead has to do is just camp this area. They are so close to each other.
Yeah, like, this lawyer, the moment he picks himself up, he's dead. But he might as well pick himself up just to buy, like, a little... I'm not sure what he can do here, and he's going down. And Novelist has wanted... So, immediately after this Percy can just change targets to the novel.
Lawyer will be going down soon.
Yeah, but that was a really nice flywheel. Did, like, buy an extra few seconds, but... Yeah, the Slayer will be dying, and they haven't touched any of the ciphers because they've just been, like, forced to heal. So they're missing 2 whole ciphers at this point. This is not looking good for the survivor to just immediately change target.
This looks like it could still be a tie, however. Percy did lose the Novelist, but I think Percy will spot out the Novelist soon, especially because now he's in the area of the warp.
Novelist is just hiding in his face, which I'm not so sure about, and that was, I guess, fine. But, yeah, either of these targets are fine for Percy, since both of them have been on the ground at some point. And Murrow did just get knocked off his horse, so, this will not be a very long kite, but ciphers are progressing nicely, actually. Despite the fact that they were just, like, 2 whole ciphers behind a bit ago. And, ooh, really nice crash down. Being able to get that Murrow down. And Murrow does not have self-heal. So Acrobat has to pause decoding and walk across the map to heal this Murrow. And...
Novelist stuck in this area again.
Yeah, and Percy can just immediately switch to this Novelist. This is not looking good for the survivors again. And also something I wanted to comment on beforehand. This Percy's persona web is incredibly interesting.
Oh my god, what is it?
Look.
Oh!
Snowflake build, no detention, no trade. What is this? Wanted order impact ×3 berserker exhibitionist, impulsive, and sadist.
I guess they're really, like, confident in their Percy abilities.
Yeah.
Major respect. Percy is such a hard character to play.
Definitely. Oh, and that pole does block his dash. That's one of the annoying things with Percy. If you get, like, stuck on, like, a centimeter or something, you'll just not be able to dash past it, and you do get interrupted.
Does pick up the Novelist. Acrobat now getting hit. They will choose to separate. Undead chasing the Acrobat.
Yeah, but the cipher that has progress is over here where the Acrobat is kiting, and Murrow has slow decoding, even with accelerated, that cipher's not moving as fast, I guess. Acrobat does have to kite this out for a while.
The dodge?
Acro doing a really good job using this area to tight kite and not using that pallet yet. Oh, really nice pallet stun. Wow. This Acrobat is...
pallet stuns on Percy, that's like super hard. Oh, does get caught by the slam. And will go down now. I really think that Wildling and Novelist should have healed up.
I do think that...
because the Novelist
can pop this cipher, but is Novelist dead on chair?
I think so, yeah. That's why
Oh,
Novelist should have healed up.
Yikes. Where's Dungeon actually? Acrobat is on top of Dungeon. And remind me if is Wildling also dead on chair? Sorry, oh my god, I'm literally the worst.
I do not think so. I think he has one more.
Okay,
I might be capping though, guys. I might be capping. Wait, no, I'm capping.
Oh, no.
I'm capping. He will make it to dungeon.
You can get dungeon. What? Oh. Wow.
What was the win condition for this round?
One escapes, and they do have that one escape. So Eclipse does win round 2, and the score should be like. Let me see if I can do math. It's like 6-3. Yeah, 6-3. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah.
I think it's 11-8, Tiv.
Yes, overall it is 11-8.
If I'm not wrong, yeah.
Overall, the score is 11-8 in favor of Team Eclipse currently. Well, I really thought that Percy could get that 4 kill, but I guess that's just one of the downsides with Percy, I guess.
Just one little tiny mistake that cost him that whole round. That's why comp is so different from tournament. Just playing for a win. Sorry, what?
Nothing.
Okay, now I lost my train of thought. I hate you.
No, continue.
No.
Oh.
It's okay, guys. Okay, we're locking in now.
Okay. So we will be heading into round 3 then now. We just have to see how the next hunter or survivor does, and then we can determine the win condition. Now for round 3, Eclipse, Team Eclipse is able to ban a map, and Chinatown and Hospital are those 2 maps can't be picked. I'm pretty sure. Wait, is it Hospital? What? Okay.
Team Eclipse does ban Arms Factory.
Honestly, I hate Arms Factory, but
you might be the only person in the world to hate Arms Factory. I don't know.
It's so bad for meta, though. It's so bad for. Okay, actually, it's so mid for meta. Like Opera, you can't really dash anywhere. That's that great. And there's a ton of strong windows. Ivy, ton of tall walls, but I like playing Ivy there. I guess it's fine with. But like Goatman, you can't really like utilize your black hate that well, and just so many walls to get done.
Kiv, I know what you're laughing at. I said comp is different, Tierney. I'm stuck in my Valorant terms. I meant rank is so different than tourney. My bad, guys.
So, yeah. But yeah, it does seem like Team Terrashock picks that Red Church. Red Church is a really strong map. I guess it is around 3. Red Church, I'd say is, dare I say, is a little more survivor-sided, in my opinion. I don't know. Just, I think it's more
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, oh my god, I'm still thinking about last match. My god.
It's so
Really?
close.
Yeah,
So close for Terrashock winning that round.
Yeah, I guess Percy didn't really realize that Acrobat was on the dungeon and didn't really remember that Muro was on like last chair, I guess. So Acrobat was just able to heal up. Get to
What do you
dungeon.
think the Percy could have done better though?
Like
especially in that last few moments.
okay.
He down Muro, but then what?
was
Or you
kind
down Acrobat? Yeah, sorry. You can go.
I feel like he shouldn't have downed Muro because he started warp. No, he didn't have warp. Bro, this situation is so tough. He didn't have warp for Endgame as he warped to Novelist and Muro Cipher, and Muro Cipher.
I do think because Muro has such a slow decoding speed that he should have let Acrobat just die and just pray to God he could get Muro down and not let Muro get dungeon.
Yeah, but
that's
I'd self heal there, so that was kind of out of his control. But yeah, I definitely feel like the moment like after he got up, he should have realized that Muro last chair and not like down Muro, but yeah, because Acrobat still had one down left, I'm pretty sure, but that situation just would have been really tough without. But anywho, we will be heading in and pick phase with Team Eclipse's Hunter going against Survivor. And it does seem like
we can see.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, you've been talking too long. Oh, we can see that we can see that the Hunter has banned Seer and Priestess, two very standard bans. But we can see the Survivors have banned Dream Witch and Hullabaloo. I think these Survivors are very scared of Blue Cow's Dream Witch, as they've banned her 2 times in a row.
I mean, to be fair, I would too. If you had 40 S badges for her, I would not like you to play them. Yeah, but we do have to remember that Blue Cow still has Ivy, Wax, Clerk, I think, and like a few other picks. I think that Clerk and Ivy would do fine. And yeah, they're just still open. They're still on the table since permabans are Goatman Opera and there's Dreamwitch and Hull that have.
The 2 Survivor picks we can see are Journalist and Patient. I'm excited to see Patient, not gonna lie. I haven't seen a lot of Patient recently.
Yeah, especially on this map, Patient is really strong at like when he transitions through middle on this map, I guess. So I'm really excited to see what he can do. Journalist pick is interesting. I love Journalist personally, but people in comp barely play her, which but I'm really happy that we're getting some Journalist playtime. And it does seem like Blue Cow will be banning out that Coordinator once again. Just Cord being a really strong first kiter. If you don't like get rid of her gun or she
Perfumer pick!
You.
I love Perfumer.
No, I'm a hater. I'm not a big fan of Perfumer.
Guys, I don't like Perfumer.
Okay. Yeah. I guess Perfumer is fine here. This team comp is looking very, very. Cause like, you don't really see any of these. We've been seeing Perfumer in Koa a lot for some odd. But yeah.
Cause she's the best. Oh no.
No. Anywho, look how we'll be banning out that Fire Investigator, who is really, really strong.
Little girl. Oh my god.
What?
Very interesting pick.
I'm very confused.
The little girl will cook. Trust.
This is a really interesting team comp. They have Journalists as that dedicated rescuer, and they kind of have like 3 support characters, I guess, which is really interesting. Well, no, sorry, 3 kiting characters.
What comp do you think they're playing into here? I'm a little confused.
I don't even know who they're trying to counter at this point.
Maybe a Clerk?
Perhaps. Maybe, because Clerk does like suffer a lot if you pull distance from her, and I guess Vera's pretty good since she can like counter her like palette, mind game stuff, I guess, and her palette recordings.
I think what's throwing me off here is the little girl. Little girl has a lot of counters. And since Terrashock survivors have just lost the round previous, bringing out a little girl who is so like, I'm not talking about the player, I'm talking about the character, is just so unreliable.
Yeah, it does seem like Blue Cow is going Clerk. Yeah, I guess Clerk is a fine pick here. I'd say that this is definitely one of Clerk's best maps. Just she really excels in small maps with a ton of pressure. I'm not very educated in Clerk stuff since I don't play her, obviously, because I'm not big brained enough. She's too hard for me.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
we
let's
go-
head right into the area select. Journalists will be going middle. You can see that little girl will be spawning right side. Perfumer will be spawning left side, and Patient will be spawning Shack.
I do think the most optimal target here would be the Perfumer, since Patient can just pull so much distance, and Clerk can't really do anything to gain back that distance. But Loki, I'm kind of annoyed at the builds here, just because like they're spawning middle and Shack with. That's a big pet peeve of mine. Sorry, just like if you spawn middle or
Patient
Shack.
does have Flywheel and Tide,
Yeah.
and little girl does have Flywheel and Broken Windows.
Mhm.
I do think Clerk's optimal target might be the Perfumer,
Yeah, definitely.
just because she can bait out that perfume and then use palette ability just to go through that palette and hit the Perfumer right after. So
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
not too entirely sure.
And I guess Perfumer is like kind of the only character here that really struggles at distance. Since the little girl has that page pushback, I guess, and Patient has 3 hooks, but sorry for the
Good
yapping.
luck!
Heading into the matchup now.
Good luck to the Terrashock survivors and Eclipse Hunter.
Hmm.
So right away here, we can see that Clerk is heading towards the Perfumer. Yep. Optimal chase target here. You see this Perfumer just trying to gain distance away from the Clerk. Heading towards that one palette.
Heading she does have a recording on her now. We're trying to mind game, but getting stuck a bit. Oh,
Does miss
hitting.
that wall.
Nice perfume on the side of the Perfumer. But she didn't get really
Does get that charge attack. Wow.
really unfortunate there, because Clerk's recovery animation is one of the faster ones, definitely. She kind of like had to walk around the Clerk after her perfume, so that just made her lose a ton of distance. She was unable to make it. And yeah,
Instead of
that's
Perfumer using her perfumes to try to gain a little distance. Oh, Perfume's back. Oh no. Perfumer is now left with no perfumes. And the ciphers they're decent. Highest one right now is 81%. But she will be getting that basement. Very tough situation for the Terrashock survivors right now.
Yeah, Ciphers are looking like pretty slow, like not as fast as you'd want them to be, especially middle, and unfortunately Perfumer was unable to force out that trait, which is really unfortunate. But she does still have that flywheel, but I'm not sure how much that's good, honestly. And it
does look like an after half rescue. I'm not gonna lie. Unless
no.
or nope.
Right for half. And
try not to get that double down. Perfumer should be body blocking.
yeah, and she can just
Does
blink
get that double down with the blink. This is looking not very good for the Terrashock survivors.
Yeah, I'm really questioning like some of the plays there in the basement, because like journalists, like right after the rescue, she should just be staying down to prevent the double down, or to at least like give Perfumer some more but Yeah, now she's just dead, and the decoding progress is not ideal. They're missing a whole
Oh, does get mind games?
miss the
The clerk. Patient should not be body blocking right now.
Definitely not. Yeah, body blocking is just, especially when
Yeah.
you need decoding, you can't be just like body blocking here. And Perfumer only has Flywheel to work with and a few pallets. She's kind of transitioning. Yeah, the area she was at before. And Clerk does have a pallet recording. And Perfumer should have
Perfumer's
known
dead
that.
here.
Oh,
Does use that flywheel, but will go down soon.
yeah. I think that Perfumer should have known that Clerk had a pallet recording, and rather than running into the open, she definitely should have looped back into one of the other pallets. But yeah, it does seem like she's getting cheered at venue where the journalist is.
We are now on 3 ciphers, the highest one right now being 88%. We still... Last 2 ciphers are 45% and 32%. Very hard to pull a tie off right now. Especially because Clerk can just record the cipher and just slow down decoding progress.
And oh,
Does
nice.
get that pass then though. But we'll go down soon because there's not an area here to work with. Unless she can pull off this Orphe.
She does put that Orphe down preemptively at this palette that's not very good. Usually at the start of the game,
Does go down here. Beside basement as well. Ugh.
and Patient is getting healed by the little girl. Patient did start on a completely new cipher, but they do cipher. But I guess it's fair because like you can't really pressure middle cipher, so
Here the Terror Shock survivors should be aiming for a one man. Not too sure how they will pull this off, but what do you think, Tiff?
yeah. Wait, this is round 3 first half, right?
Yep.
Okay, help. For some reason, I thought it was round 2 second half. They did lose the last round, so they should really not be going for like any dangerous plays, because just giving Clerk that 5-point lead just puts a ton of pressure on your hunter, and especially considering the Terror Shock hunter doesn't play any like meta hunters, it'll be incredibly hard to just get a 4 kill.
You can see the survivors opting to sell the journalist. Good play here, but we just got news that if Clerk gets a 4K here, the Eclipse team will win this game. Will win this matchup.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw that, but Clerk kind of mind gamed herself there, and wait, but he is kiting into the one of the last ciphers, and he does miss that flywheel, so it is not looking good for these survivors, because you have 2 ciphers remaining, you have 2 survivors, one is injured, and you're kind of just like, did they cipher lock themselves? No, they didn't. Sorry, but 2 of their last ciphers are like in the same area. Clerk can just like move around and just pressure these 2 ciphers. And I think that this will unfortunately end up in not much the survivors can do here.
Oh, good hook.
But survivors are still fighting. That's good. Fighting the Clerk pretty well, and yeah, but unfortunately Patient does go down here, and Patient does not have selfie. And Clerk knows exactly where this little girl. So
He didn't bring selfie?
no, he expended it already since I was double down.
Oh,
Could've
yeah.
body blocked for Perfumer, yeah. Really unfortunate here, but little girl has to just
mind game.
yeah.
Little girl will be going down soon. Yep.
Yeah, and that
Well, that is it, guys. Congrats to Eclipse. Very well
Yes.
played by both teams.
Both of the hunters on each team and survivors, but especially the hunter.
The Hunters really shined this matchup.
Yeah, Team
I
Eclipse
was
is, yeah.
I was really happy to see a lot of non-meta Hunters just being utilized in tournaments.
Yeah, we didn't see a hullabaloo at all this match. I guess it's like,
Thank the Lord. Bro, thank
Yeah.
the Lord. I actually hate hullabaloo matches, no offense.
oh, okay, well, I still think they're fine. But,
I still think you're big. Oh
okay, okay.
my god,
Anywho.
clock that biggie. Okay, anyways.
Congratulations to Team Eclipse for winning this matchup here and advancing to the top 16 bracket, I'm pretty sure. Or, no,
Yep.
bottom.
No, bottom 16 seed. They're part of the what? Excuse me?
Oh,
They will now be part of the round of 32. I'm not sure what that means, but
of the 32 teams, yeah.
of the 32 teams. Sorry.
Yeah. But, yeah, really, really good gameplay from both sides. I really enjoyed watching the Hunters play especially. Blue Cow's very talented hunter, really good at a lot of hunters, I guess. I'm really sad that I didn't get to see their Dream Witch this matchup. But, yeah,
It was very smart by the Terror Shock survivors to ban that Dream Witch, because that would have been destruction, maybe.
Yeah, possibly. And also Team Terror Shock's Hunter being able to get 4 kills and also a 3 kill with Percy, which is crazy, I guess.
Insanely good in a tournament setting. Terror Shock survivors, I'm super impressed. I think this is your guys' first tournament. I'm not too sure, but if it is, you guys had really good coordination, especially for a first timer. So, yeah.
Definitely, both teams did amazing, whether if it's their first time or, I don't know, second time, third time, whatever, but yeah, both teams did play really well, and I really just enjoyed commentating and watching.
Thank you, Lalzi, for allowing me to commentate for my first time ever.
Lalzi, please never pair me up with Reika. Okay, anywho, we're being forced to go now, so, bye
Thank you all for watching.
Yeah, thank you for taking your time to watch, and thank you for letting us commentate, Lalzi. And also, just thank you to the teams for taking time out of their day to participate in these matches. Really enjoyed watching them. So, yeah, thank you everyone, and
Thank you.
have a good rest of your day.